Good, good, good.
Good,
Everybody good?
good. Everybody was fine, 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 fine.
Awesome, awesome, awesome.
Good.
Uh, Good morning, honorable members and members of the public. It is just about 9 o'clock. We are quite keen to start on time as we have
Recording in progress.
Honorable Douglas, are you there?
Yes, I am, Honorable Chair. Sorry, I was just looking for the unmute button.
No. I just wanted to check whether I was audible, and B, you were audible. And I note
You are definitely audible, sir.
there are a number of honorable members that are on this platform. Honorable Waitlin, are you all healthy and doing okay?
Thank you, Chair. I am online. I'm just in between traveling, so I might get off rather relevant in the clock. So just
We are struggling to hear you. I've lost you a little bit. Honorable Kalega Mazibugo, are you?
I am on the platform, Chair. I'm also traveling. I will struggle with the network, but I am connected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to go through each honorable member. Let us, in that same way, proceed with the meeting. Honorable fellow South Africans, this meeting is convened consistent with the Money Bills and Related Matters Act. It focuses itself on the second part of the public hearings that we've been having as it pertains to the Division of Revenue Bill. What I would like to ask is that we look at today's agenda. There are a number of presentations that will go on today, and then a response. So if I could, the agenda that has been flighted in front of you focuses on a number of participants and stakeholders that are coming through. The only amendment I'd like to make to the agenda, it says that it's a maximum of 15 minutes each. Now, what I would like to request is that presentations be 10 minutes, and members, because we have an extraordinarily long list of submissions today, that honorable members, we are not going to keep questions to the end. There will be questions of clarity, not questions of accountability, because each stakeholder that is here is making a submission, not accounting to Parliament. Therefore, honorable members will be allowed 5 minutes to ask questions of clarity, and then the presentation can then respond within that. So that 15 minutes must encompass that. If we don't stick to that, I can assure you, honorable members, a meeting scheduled to finish at 12 today will in fact finish at 3 o'clock or later than that, which makes it difficult with members who are traveling, etc. If that is agreeable, I would like to then put the agenda before honorable members and ask, with those presentations, responses by National Treasury, and a closure, if that is an acceptable agenda for honorable members today, and if there's a member who would like to move for the adoption of the agenda. Honorable Wesley Douglas.
I'd like to move for the adoption of the agenda, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there a member who would like to second the adoption of the agenda?
Chair, I second the adoption of the agenda with the amendments on time you have made. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kalega Mazibugo. And I also saw Andrew, Honorable Bateman had also had his hand up. With that in mind, I just wanted to, in the interest of welcoming and speaking to stakeholders, just highlight the fact that it is absolutely crucial, noting the process that has been undertaken on A, the fiscal framework, B, now the Division of Revenue Bill, and the respective legislation that comes through in part of the budget-making process, that we remind ourselves of a few key principles. I think all of us on this platform and honorable members unanimously agree we need a sustained growth agenda as a key focus. We recognize, and I wanted to ask our honorable members to this effect, I want to send a special invitation which my office will furnish to you I have met with former Treasury Directors, the University of Stellenbosch, Professor Madonsela, and we'll be having a special roundtable with them next week scheduled to discuss the growth agenda. And I'd like to send a special invitation to honorable members with regards to that. Those details will be sent through via my office if that is acceptable to you. But given that our interest is growing the country's economy, our interest is to build an investor-friendly country, and ultimately our interest is in dealing with the safeguarding of citizens. And yes, there's been extraordinary discussion on taxation or revenue aspect of the budget as it was discussed. That is one component of the issue. The second component is obviously the expenditure aspect of the budget, which then deals with some of the allocations that go into that. Our fundamental principle here is in the spirit of the money, not just in the spirit and in the letter of the Money Bills and Related Matters Act. We are not here to do a tick box exercise. We are honestly here to hear from the public as to what their submissions are. I'm genuinely proud of the committee in that this is the second lot which has increased the number of submissions we have had. We had our first engagement during the week as we were dealing with, we had our first engagement on Tuesday as we went to Limpopo to respond, to hear the public, and South Africans came and made their submissions. This is the second set, and therefore in the light of that, we feel that the process of public consultation has been dealt with. We are going to deal with a number of issues, and I want to thank those who have made formal submissions, have been tabled here today, but I also am grateful for our partners such as the FFC and the PBO in this regard. So, honorable members, in the light of that, these submissions will then be taken into committee. The committee will then deliberate on the multiple submissions. It is imperative that the Minister of Finance and National Treasury will have an opportunity to respond. That has been tabled on the agenda, and then post that the report that is put together by the committee and adopted by the committee will then serve in the National Assembly for discussion or for a vote on these particular issues. And then we will then move on to the rest of the processes as we go from there. In the light, with those remarks, I want to welcome all the participants here today. May I ask, just for procedural purpose, if you are speaking, if you can have your camera on, this way we know who we are speaking to and listening to. But if I can, just for process point of view, please make sure there's no background noise and all of it is switched off. It is difficult to hear a presentation when there's other background issues that are taking place. It makes it profoundly hard. And in that instance, I'll have to rule that your submission has been written and sent to members. Therefore, we will not hear the oral part of it. We'll have to move on. I also say that to say you don't need to spend all your time going through introductions and the legislative framework, which I saw in many of the presentations. I'm much appreciative of, but I think members are well versed on that. What you really want to put your, as to use a famous saying, your powder, keep your powder dry for, or use it effectively, is in your recommendations, because the committee itself needs to consider those recommendations. So if I can ask that you harness that opportunity and then go from there and then put it strongly on that point, because that effectively is what we are here to discuss. And then we'll allow members to ask questions. There will be quick questions, straight and poignant questions without long preambles. And then you can respond in the 5 minutes that is allocated post your 10, and then we will move on to others. If you can, you are more than welcome to stay throughout the day to listen to other presentations, or you can immediately exit the platform so that we can allow more members to move. In the light of that, honorable members, I declare this meeting open. And now, are there any apologies for any other member?
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members and guests. Yes, we received an apology from Mr. Mogale.
From Mr. Mogale. Thank you. That apology is noted. Are there any other apologies from anyone else on this platform?
Yes, Chair. Good morning, honorable members and honorable Chair. We've got an apology from our colleague from the research, that's Mr. Musa Zamisa. He's meeting with the Gambian delegation. for the presentation that we have invited to.
Noted, and thank you very much. With all the apologies dispensed with, we will then move on to presentations. Let me, in the order that they appear in the agenda today, we will keep going. Let me invite section 27 to go first. If we can get their presentation flighted on here. If you can introduce yourself, introduce who you represent. If there are any other members of your team who are here, you can do that. But again, I want to urge you to remind yourself that while you are busy with protocol, time is ticking. And I'm going to be very strict on time. So we then, in the light of that, I welcome section 27 and hand over to you. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, honorable members. Thank you for the opportunity. So we are section 27. I can't change the name on Zoom because we wear different hats with the Budget Justice Coalition, but it is section 27 presenting right now. So I am Matsidiso Lengwasa, and I'm joined by my colleague Nduduzi Nkosi. And yeah, we'll be going through our presentation regarding education and healthcare and how this bill can be used to advance and build a healthcare and education system that works for all. Next slide, please. Yes, so Section 27 is a public interest law center, and I'm assuming that many members in this committee may be aware of the work that we do, as we've made submissions in the past to some members here. And we've just been interested in this bill from a perspective of education and health realization in this country. We're particularly interested because there have been persistent budget cuts over the years that have weakened the education and health systems in our country, which the Minister of Finance actually alluded to or spoke to quite explicitly in his address or response to the National Assembly a few days ago, that there have been, that service delivery in education and healthcare has eroded because of persistent budget cuts, both in nominal and real terms. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the context of this bill is that, unlike previous years, we're now seeing a bill that shifts away from the defunding of public services such as basic education and health. However, we do strongly condemn actually that this funding is through a 0.5% VAT increase, one planned this year and the other planned next year, because we are of the view that the rising costs that are caused by a VAT increase will erode any increased allocations towards schools and health facilities. Next slide, please. As well as place a disproportionate burden on impoverished communities. And so while we're on this note regarding key recommendations for this committee, we also welcome the submission or the public hearings that you had made in Limpopo that we also attended on Monday or Tuesday, and we welcome them in the sense that, you know, it was quite historic to bring people from across, from the provinces to participate and engage on the national budget and this bill in particular. But we also caution that many of the members in attendance expressed that they weren't actually able to adequately express themselves because there was the presence of traditional leadership, and this was especially profound perspectives from women in this who attended. And so we're really calling for the committee to also consider the gender responsive nature of public hearings, as well as gender responsive budgeting in general, and to expand it so that like to introduce public participation for women-led households, because they have a particular perspective but maybe do not feel empowered to engage on that. We also recommend that the committee considers the impact of regressive VAT increases on social spending, and a powerful way to do that is through participatory human rights impact assessments. Can you also, the next slide please. We're also calling for the strengthening of oversight on the spending and poor spending on some of the conditional grants in education and healthcare. And we're prioritizing, we call on this committee to continue to prioritize personnel funding and staffing frontline services because these sectors are labor intensive and can overcome the overcrowding that is that we see in clinics and in schools that we're currently seeing because of years of defunding. We're also calling we already spoke to the participatory human rights impact assessments. Next slide, please. Sorry, I'm like flying through this because we initially thought we had 15 minutes. So we can just go to the next slide also for gender responsive budgeting to just say that gender responsive budgeting is important. And I think this committee had made this recommendation in the past. And yes, we welcome a gender budget statement. But if we're really going to have a budget that works for everyone in the country, we need participation and we need the reflections of all people, including women in our society. And we're also calling for the pilots for gender responsive budgeting to be expanded towards education and health sectors, because those are the areas. If you see the written submissions that we submitted on behalf of the provinces on Tuesday on behalf of the communities, those are some of the themes that came out around the clinics and around schools, because those are labor intensive, but those are sectors where women are most dominant. Next slide, please. So yeah, with the provincial equitable share, I'll also just fly through this to say that we welcome the increases, but also recognize that these gains will likely be undermined by the rising accruals, and also that the provincial equitable share hasn't really reflected the different provinces and the different needs of the provinces that urban provinces are experiencing in migration, and that needs specific allocation for that, whereas rural provinces are struggling with capacity to spend funding that's allocated. And so both need funding, increased funding, but just in different ways. Next slide, please. And yes, we're concerned that conditional grants continue to be underspent, particularly ones either in rural provinces, but also the school infrastructure backlog grants and the health infrastructure grants. And so we're calling on this for greater oversight with those grants, and calling on government to invest in provincial capacity building rather than reducing allocations. Next slide, please. I think we're just going to skip a few slides. We've spoken to personnel funding. Next slide, please. And next slide again. Thank you. So I'll just hand over to my colleague, you can take over from there.
Good morning, honorable members. I'll be taking you through the grants for our comments on the grants for education and healthcare. Next slide, please. Next slide. When it comes to the education infrastructure grant, or the IEG, we welcome the increase in allocation for this year, which is 12% nominally and 8% in real terms when accounting for inflation. We do, however, note that despite strong historical performance in the past, this grant has faced some in-year cuts in previous budgets. We hope that this will not be the case this year, as this grant is very important for the building of new schools, especially in rural provinces. Next slide, please. On the SIBG, or the school infrastructure grant, our main point is to call for greater oversight and clarity when it comes to the grant itself, on whether or not it will be absorbed into the IEG. We note that it's been cut by 1% for this year, which, given the need for clearing the infrastructure backlog for schools, is not a welcome development. Next slide, please. On the National School Nutrition Program, we note that the recent VAT increase will have an impact on National School Nutrition Program, especially the inflationary effect that it will have on schools and the sourcing of food. We note that some of the key inputs that are used in the program and will not be part of the zero-rated basket that is excluded from that, and we are concerned with how that will impact the National School Nutrition Program. Next slide, please.
Can you skip 2 slides to healthcare?
Okay, 2 slides, yes. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. Healthcare infrastructure will see a nominal increase of 1.2% this year, which in real terms is a reduction. We are concerned that this will have adversely affect the delivery and the addressing of backlogs in health infrastructure in the country, given the need for more healthcare infrastructure. We call on Treasury and the Health Department to develop a targeted capacity development plan to help with the delivery of healthcare infrastructure. Next slide, please. On HIV healthcare funding, we're seeing that we've noted that the funding for healthcare, for HIV healthcare this year will see a real-time decrease of 2.5%. Given the recent cuts to funding from USAID, we're concerned that some of the programs for HIV will not have adequate funding for this year, but we are, however, encouraged by Treasury's recent announcement that should the need arise, they will cover the shortfall using emergency reserves. Next slide, please. Lastly, on EMS or emergency healthcare funding, we'd like to welcome the 3.1% nominal increase. However, we still note that there's some problems and issues, especially in rural areas where there's a need to improve the quality and service that this island item funds. I'll now hand over to Tsiri for concluding remarks.
Sure. So just the last slide. This is just our conclusion. Sorry, we might be a little bit over time, but just the last slide, please. Yes, so we're really just seeing this, happy with the increases towards the expenditure side of the budget, still concerned about the fiscal framework and calling for Parliament to strengthen oversight, ensure that resources actually fulfill constitutional rights and actually go to the people of this country, and see this bill as the opportunity to build a public sector that is responsive, inclusive, and capable of meeting the scale of need in this country. So we'll stop there. Thank you very much. Sorry for going over time by a few seconds.
No, Tsiri, we have heard you, and thank you very much. Let me ask if there are any honorable members who have got questions for clarity or on any of the recommendations that have been put forward. Honorable Kalega Mazibuko.
Thank you, Chair. My clarity is not necessarily on the recommendations, but it's on the body of the presentations by the first presenter. Did I hear the first presenter well? Because this will be important for us, Chair, as we go forward with public consultations to know how do we group the public. I heard her saying that women were unable to express their views in the presence of the traditional leaders. Did I hear well? So that maybe if the need be, we then avoid that in the next consultative meetings will be. So did I hear her correctly that there was some kind of intimidation in terms of the expression by women in front of the traditional leaders? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And let me take Honorable Mkhonto.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Honorable members, colleagues, and our guests. Chair, my clarity-seeking question will be on the issue of sustainable infrastructure. I want to know what is the take of the Section 27 team with regard to what has become a norm in our country. Instead of building sustainable school infrastructure, we have just embarked on mobile classrooms. I just want to hear their take, and what would they recommend that for improvement, what should be done? I also noted what they said in their presentation in as far as women dominance in our population. That's how I understood them. but according to them, women are not active in participating when it comes to the budget and appropriations of the country's budget. What advice can they give for us to activate women participation in the budget processes of the country? Thank you.
Ngiyabonga. Honorable Douglas, you are the last member recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the presenters from Section 27. I'm Honorable Douglas from MK, and I want to ask a question regarding the school building grants and the sustainable infrastructure development grants. Last year, we were on the oversight visit to China. And while we were there, we met with the New Development Bank. And the New Development Bank said that they had just at that moment approved a funding and grant scheme to build South African schools in South Africa. And the challenge that they had was that they were not getting enough requests from South Africa. So I want to find out from Section 27 if you've done any research on that grant, and if you know that that's being utilized currently, how that fits into the government space, because they're bringing grants and funding that doesn't have the austerity and World Bank and IMF related austerity measures and debt that we have to pay forever. There's a different kind of structure that they have around building schools, but also hospitals and other infrastructure. So I just want to find out, do you have any facts and figures on how many schools have been built by them using this funding, and if you have a model around that, and then how we can actually really address the shortfalls in our school infrastructure development through this mechanism? Thank you.
Thank you. Just my only question is, you indicate in your presentation an allocation of 0.58. Yes? So somebody is... Honorable Kwambo, kawume ndikunika umzuzwana nje ndizawucenga uba masibambe ixesha, otherwise ixesha lethu uzawuba lide namhlanje. Ima ndikunika ithuba. Over to you, Honorable Kwambo.
I wanted to ask, with respect, thank you, Chair, with respect to gender-based budgeting, whether they've done studies elsewhere in the world where it's working and how we could learn from those studies in us trying to upskill gender-based, not violence, but budgeting. The second issue has to do with conditional grants. Where are we failing in terms of oversight, and how would they like Parliament in particular to improve the oversight of those conditional grants? Thank you so much.
I see Mr. David Machaba.
Greetings, Mr. Mwausi.
Sorry, Mr. David, can you introduce yourself so I understand where you are coming from?
Yes, I'm an author. I am based on literature.
Mr. Machaba, may I ask, this is an opportunity for honorable members to ask questions. If you would like to make a submission, please let me know, and then we can go from there. But I wanted to allow for honorable members to make questions rather than for all of us to speak from the general public point of view. Would you mind if I suppress your view? I'll recognize it later when we get past this particular presentation.
I want to ask a question, sir.
I understand that, but this is an opportunity. Are you part of Section 27?
Yes.
You are? So are you going to ask your own organization a question?
I want to reflect the question based on I want to reflect the question based on school in South Africa, because I want to distribute my 2 titles of books to the kids.
No, sorry. I want to rule you out of order. I do not know how. This is not a platform for you to be able to raise that issue. Sorry. Can I ask that that we rule that particular process out of order as a belief? It is not. It is for an opportunity for members of Parliament to ask the question, not for you to distribute books. Honorable Wakely.
Thank you, Chair. I think you're correcting your decision. Chair, just a question with regards to feeding schemes and stuttering. I just want to get a sense from Section 27, their position currently that's happening in South Africa and the location around that, and what they propose we do around that, because my concern lies around the children with stuttering, and we know that that is becoming a massive issue at the moment in our country, and their proposal around that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I suppose for me, the last question is, Bella has been passed as a law in this country. I want to understand from Section 27, you raised the fact that in the education budget, 0.56 has been allocated for early childhood development. Now, Bella anticipates, or the development grant, and then you raise the ECD. I want to understand from your perspective where do you think as a percentage that budget should potentially sit at, given the empowering legislation, which is Bella, that has an emphasis on ECD. CD, you don't have a lot of time to respond, so if you can be brief in your responses, I will appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will run through the responses so we can give other people a chance, like other presentations. So the first thing, we're very excited to hear the questions around the public hearing, because it shows that there's an interest in actually doing these public hearings effectively. So to make the point on the women and traditional hearings, so that's exactly what had happened. So many of the communities that we visited actually didn't know that there were public hearings. And so we engaged particularly with the Rural Women's Assembly to try and get as many women to participate. And they were very excited and they wrote their submissions. And I really urge honorable members to have a read through the written submissions. We promise we didn't put them in their heads. It was just literally what they asked for. And then on the day of the public hearings, and I think the Honorable Chair did reference and ask for more women participation. And so we asked the participants that we had engaged with why they do not feel comfortable expressing their concerns around the VAT increase or around social grants or education, whatever they had said in the days before. And they said that it's because of the presence of traditional leadership. They're scared that they might be alienated or, you know, there's a power imbalance. And so we are recommending that if there are going to be public hearings, to either have separate ones for traditional leadership and then everyday people, so they can feel more open to talking about what they would like to, you know, what their real concerns are, but also that specifically engage with women and have targeted interventions, which is what the other honorable member had asked, like, how can we improve what are public participation methods for gender responsive budgeting or gendered ones? And I think it's just collaborating with women-based organizations in the area, but also just engaging with, you know, like having specific hearings to the women in communities, you know, the same hearings that you had, but also having ones that are specific to issues that women are facing in the communities will go a long way. And we, as Section 27, but also in the Budget Justice Coalition, would be happy to engage or write a written response or to help the committee improve that moving forward. But yes, we do welcome the public hearings. On the sustainable infrastructure, the mobile classrooms. So we are definitely concerned because a lot of the mobile classroom interventions came about post, you know, like post disasters, you know, so in response to budget, there were budget cuts, so there were constrained resources available to rebuild and to build infrastructure that can actually, that is climate resilient and is extreme weather frequency resilient. But then because there's lagging in terms of the projects being actually implemented, these mobile classrooms end up existing for much longer than they need to be. We've seen that in KZN, we saw that in the Eastern Cape. And so we are concerned about that. And I think it does speak to how we deliver infrastructure in the provinces, especially in rural provinces. And then regarding the conditional grants around the school infrastructure and using, I think it was the New Development Bank and the oversight visit that you had conducted. So, you know, obviously for us as Section 27, what we have observed is that provinces rely exclusively on the education infrastructure grants for their infrastructure projects. So most of the infrastructure projects are through business or through the government, which has not been enough, especially because the EIG is supposed to support infrastructure projects. So if there are any alternative funding models that obviously do not cause our debt issue to skyrocket, that do not cause money to be eroded, that should be going towards education and health, going back towards funding debt service and costs, which is the problem that we've had for years, we would welcome engaging on that. And we can also give a written response because I know that we're really pressed for time. And then on the answer on conditional grants, how oversight should be better, we are calling for a few different interventions in our written submission, but one of those is just to have more regular meetings for provinces to come to this committee particularly and account for infrastructure projects, why they're being delayed, because what we've noticed is where there's political will and there's that parliament's oversight, the spending performance has actually improved. And so we're really looking at specifically the school infrastructure backlog grants, and then the EIG in provinces like the Eastern Cape and Mpumalanga, where they've had to return money back Treasury. That is unacceptable. And then obviously with health infrastructure grants across the country, even in urban areas, provinces like Gauteng, there has been underspending on that. And then other countries where gender responsive budgeting has worked has been, and Rwanda has been a good example of that. Even Zimbabwe also has had gender responsive budgeting, as well as Canada. And so those governments, I think that our government has been working with those governments to implement or to learn from those areas. But the problem is that those countries, particularly Rwanda, have a funded mandate on gender responsive budgeting, whereas in South Africa, we don't have that. So Treasury officials are have limited capacity to actually implement it effectively, and we can do it better because this committee has a strong appetite for public hearings. We can actually have participatory public hearings where gender responsive budgeting is shaped by the intended beneficiaries. I didn't hear the NSNP question. I think it cut out a bit, so I'm happy to engage also a written response. And then the last question was around the BELA. So the BELA, and I think Equal Education and EELC is on the call, so they're going to speak more around the BELA, but yes, and the real reforms for ECD. But right now what we have seen is that we welcome increases towards education and the big increases towards ECD, but we are concerned that the BELA itself is still unfunded. And so we're not sure, how the economic policy of our country and our social policy are going to match regarding that. And I see the chairperson, so I think we'll just stop there. Sorry about that. Just rushing over it.
I know it will feel rushed, but it will feel like we appreciate you being able to collaborate with us in this regard. It's just that otherwise other organizations don't get the same luxuries if we don't stick to time. Thank you so much to Section 27 for your submissions. I truly appreciate it. We will then move to the next presentation, which will be presented by Equal Education and the EE Law Center. You will then intro your team and then proceed. The presentation will be flighted accordingly. Your 10 minutes starts now.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Katlego. I am from Ramasheshani, doing grade 10. I'm an equalizer rep at Equal Education. So I am here to adhere my reasons why I'm saying more funding. Yes, next slide. Can you move more further? Okay. Okay. Yeah, stop there. So I'm just gonna start by mentioning a small part of inflation, which affects our education in a way that the costs in the education sector are increasing rapidly, which means less funding for our education. Can you move more further? Yes. So in the water and sanitation part, I'm just gonna speak from lived experiences. My school, we might even spend the whole day with no water. If it's not enough, then it's not there at all. And yeah, you can even move. You can move. Yes. So on the teacher post, we have teacher shortages as the whole of Ramasheshani actually, and we might even find that a class can accommodate more than 70, more than 80 learners, and more than 80 learners is initially overcrowding. And overcrowding in my school include even less desks, less chairs, and less teachers also. You can move. Yeah, you can stop. And then we have lack of textbooks. We might even share a textbook. Let's say we are sharing desks. We are 4. We share one textbooks. Tomorrow we must do corrections for your homework. Then I didn't have a textbooks. And then for libraries and laboratories, we don't have those at all in my school, and that's just lost education in the for the science sides, because those learners have to do practical activities of which they have no idea of what they are talking about. Can move more further, please. Yes. So on this part, I would just love to say that as someone who's speaking from experience, who have seen this all these challenges, and that I do communicate with other learners from different schools, and I believe that if we could just have a public participation on budget, that would really mean a lot to us. Because as someone who goes to school every day, like I go there, I don't drink water, I attend in a class with broken windows, no ceiling, no textbooks. I just go there because I want to pass. And I have no choice, because I cannot go straight to the principal and say this, and that. She doesn't know what goes on about the budget. And if we could just have few people who have participation on the budget, that would really be helpful to us. Because as people who are speaking from experience, I believe that we are the most that are affected by these challenges, by this budget amendments and all those things. You can move. You can move. Yeah, I think my presentation is over from there, but I would just love to say that before amending that budget, please consider us those who are affected by those who, for me, example, you have heard from my side. I am representing the whole Rashani as a whole, and when I'm saying that we are having a education.
Good morning, honourable members. I am Catherine Sutherland. I'm from the ELC. I'll take the last 3 minutes of the presentation. I'll largely be focusing, given time constraints, on grade R and the unfunded mandate issue. But first, I'd like to say that overall, we welcome the slight real increase in the basic education sector. But as Katlego has said, if you take into account education-specific inflation, per learner spending is as low as it's been since 2013. In terms of the provincial equitable share, we've seen again that Treasury has refused to implement the reviewed education formula, which is unfortunate considering that it really has a massive impact on how provinces are able to take into account poverty levels and the extra costs of running schools in, for example, rural areas. And we also note that one of the reasons they're unable to implement this formula is specifically because they've underfunded Stats SA for many, many years now and don't have proper poverty statistics. If you could move to the unfunded mandates section. So in terms of unfunded mandates, there isn't anything inherently unconstitutional or unlawful about an unfunded mandate, but this particular unfunded mandate is very blatantly, with very few grey areas, entirely unlawful. The passing of the Bela Act has determined that grade R is fundamentally part of the right to basic education, which we all know is an immediately realizable right. The issue around unfunded mandates creates an untenable situation where legal obligations remain unfunded and unimplemented, effectively allowing Treasury to override Parliament's legislative authority through fiscal policy. And I'd just like to say, it's been said that this decision is a policy decision that Treasury can make. We'd like to really reiterate that this is not a policy decision. Cherry picking which laws you would like to and would like to not implement, especially when it's something as fundamental as an immediately realizable right, is inherently unlawful. So in terms of grade R, because grade R is now compulsory, it then creates on the other side of it, it creates a right to grade R. And the issue around unfunded mandates is that the Department of Basic Education has specifically costed the implementation of grade R as it was required to according to the PFMA. And there is no there's no regulatory framework that says what to do when Treasury then decides not to fund it. So we can really only turn to the Constitution. In terms of an unfunded mandate, this creates 4 significant problems. So firstly, it's a political and governance failure when Parliament and Treasury do not align legislative mandates with funding. It creates strained intergovernmental relations where provincial departments must implement national directives without resources. Public mistrust when parents are told grade R is compulsory and yet cannot access it. And you have the Department of Basic Education saying that it's not implementable immediately when it very clearly is. And last, it's a weakening of the rule of law when legislation is effectively nullified through budgetary processes rather than proper legislative amendment. I'd also just like to finally focus on the fact that if you look at our fact sheet that we've sent through to members of Parliament, we've specifically outlined the manifesto promises that each of your parties have made with regards to education, and almost every single one, except for one, has focused on and promised to focus on early learning. So we hope that these manifesto commitments represent public pledges that voters relied upon and that you now fulfill. And we also note that these are promises that you will be measured by and hope that you will measure the budget against. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission and for sticking to the time. And let me now welcome inputs and questions from honorable members. If an honorable member would like to ask a question, if you could put up your hand, that would be helpful. Honorable Mkhonto, Bateman, and Douglas. I will take those 3 questions. I don't see anyone else who has questions to ask. Let us go with Honorable Mkhonto.
Chair, let me welcome this presentation. When I was going through this presentation, Chair, last night, I was like, these young people, they really want to hold us accountable by putting our photos there in the presentation. But then, Chair, my question is, for a meaningful public participation, specifically to what they have presented, what will be our target group? And I know maybe our target group could be young people that are still at school, but how do we do it to have a broadened representation from young people? How can we structure our public participation activities? And then the second one and the last one, Chair, according to them, what should be done to hold individual political parties, as they have done in their presentation, specifically that those after elections have made it to parliament? What can be done? Because the system for now, we hold members of parliament accountable, the executive accountable, but maybe they can advise us as to how can we go back and say, this political party, you said in your manifesto, you are going to do 1, 2, 3, you've made it to parliament, and we don't see what you promised us. How can that be done, say, Chair? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Bateman.
Yes, I'd also just like to thank Katlego and Ms. Sutherland for a very interesting, engaging, relevant, and helpful presentation. I think there's a lot in this that we'll continue to engage with, even beyond this this budget cycle, and with our, especially when we get down into engaging with the committees that are responsible for the specific line items that are being discussed. I just wondered if, obviously, as I'm sure you're well aware, that our context at the moment is trying to balance up a budget without pushing more tax pressure onto the South African public, and so trying to find ways to save. And I mean, the points about the urgent needs in education are very well made. I think I would be interested to know whether you have any recommendations in terms of looking at the existing way that money is spent by the education departments, if there are any areas where you would say you can see waste or inefficiency where we could potentially reallocate within the existing budget envelope, not in any way to take away from the big picture need to allocate more resources to education, but just within the, specifically asking that question, within the educational space and budgets, are there opportunities? Are there inefficiencies that you've identified and seen? Are there fresh ways of thinking that you can bring in terms of how we go about delivering our educational objectives? Thanks.
Thank you. Honorable Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to first say thank you to Katlego and to Ms. Catherine Sutherland for a wonderful presentation, well put together and well thought through. And I want to just speak to the issue on unfunded mandates, and it's more of just a request to the team. Could you perhaps give us some more information, more detailed information, specifically around the grade R unfunded mandate that you spoke about, and the Treasury loophole that gives them the opportunity to cherry pick which laws they can pass and which they can't pass? Can you send us some more information about that, some more detailed information than is currently in the presentation? Also, can you send us your recommendations in writing on what you think we should be doing as the Appropriations Committee so that we can make sure that those kind of loopholes are closed before we approve the appropriations? Similarly, could you also send us an input on the unfunded mandate of Stats SA and what your thinking is around that? And then lastly, I just want to say to Katlego, thank you so much for your presentation. It was a very well put presentation, but we want to say we hear you and we hear your generation. And it's not right that you have to sit every day in classrooms with broken windows. You have to worry about not eating. You have to worry about walking to school, not having roads to ride on or buses to ride in. So we are here in Parliament as Appropriations going to do something about it. That is our intention. We don't want to see you live and be educated in such circumstances. So we hear you, we hear your voices, and we're fighting for you. So we will make sure that we do something about it, and we will fight with whoever stands in our way to be able to make life a better place for your next generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Chawe, I see your hand is up. It is running late. I will recognize you ngoku. Kodwa ngomso ndicela uphakamise kuqala so ndilibone so that siyazi uba siyaqhuba ke Tshawe. Qhuba.
I think I did raise it earlier that no, no. I think Honorable Douglas has actually taken the words out of my mouth. I wanted to discuss the issue of unfunded mandates and to also address Katlego directly. So I have nothing else to say, Chair. I'm covered.
Katlego and Catherine, I think again, maybe Katlego, thank you so much for your insight and perhaps maybe reminding what public service is about. I think public services in some ways lawmaking, but lawmaking must always be to the benefit and the enhancement of people's lives. At least that is where the Constitution departs from. So thank you for those submissions. I guess my question to both of you speaks to, again, a similar question to the previous presentation. What proportion of funding, if you were to give a benchmarking relative to other countries or even countries within our own continent, in as far as funding of ECD centers, what is the proportion of that? There's a purported 8% of the education budget. You know, maybe you've got some guidelines in this regard so that we can make decisions based on where the actual real appropriation eventually lands at and what is realizable. Because I do see your sentiment. You cannot pass laws that eventually become nullified by lack of budgeting. So I think it's important that we also understand what is the size of the fiscus that we need to allocate towards that. Over to you, to either Catherine or Katlego, you can respond. Thank you.
Katlego, would you like to add anything?
Not really, Catherine. I think you can go through it.
Okay, great. So in terms of the meaningful public participation, I think, how do we hold political parties accountable to the promises that they make? It is, and I think public participation is one of the ways that we see that. And we have seen in the past budgets that have been immediately accepted. It's just assumed that they'll be accepted. The public participation process has been a tick box exercise. And we know that the courts have specifically said that for meaningful consultation to occur, there must be a reasonable opportunity capable of influencing the decision to be taken. It also, meaningful public participation requires that you meaningfully engage with people who are most impacted by the laws that you're passing. And as you said, in terms of youth engagement, there are, as CD was saying, in terms of speaking specifically to women, the same principles apply in terms of making sure that there's inclusive public participation with children and with youth in general. In terms of what should be done to hold political parties accountable, I think, unfortunately, the courts have been the place to have been the last. They're always the last step that we would like to not take. But there was also, tons of advocacy that's being done by various civil society organizations, informal organizations of groupings of youth that are constantly trying to engage with Parliament and constantly, making submissions, and doing so against the grain, against the odds of what parliamentary spaces are supposed to be doing. We're often asked in these submissions, where do we think we should take the money from? Or, very technical questions that the Appropriations Committee or Treasury and the Department of Basic Education should really be having substantial conversations around. And we are mostly here to explain the situation on the ground that we see, that equalizers see when they're at school, that EE sees when they organize in schools, and that the law clinic sees through walk-in cases. So I would suggest that there would be greater involvement, actually seeking out youth input, making sure that the budget is accessible. It's not sufficient to say, here is a massive pile of budget documents and please, as youth, will you please go through them? Making sure that they understand what the budget actually means. In terms of tax pressures and savings, I mean, we have done a bunch of work on this. We've gone through the process of the public participation process around procurement. One of the things that was very blatantly not included there was the public procurement around education that falls within regulations. So it's still not really a properly regulated environment. And then there's also inefficiencies in how teacher spending happens. In terms of how we equitably spend on teachers, the post-provisioning formula doesn't the number of teachers equitably. So there's spending pressures there that we could make more equitable. And then there's also, as we noted in our submission, the most integral part is the reformation of the provincial equitable share formula, which has been underway since 2016 and still not being implemented. And then lastly, in terms of the unfunded mandates, there is in fact no treasury loophole. They are just entirely acting unlawfully. There's, the Parliament's duty to hold treasury accountable is how we get over that issue. And in fact, the Appropriations Committee before this budget made a submission in the MTPP as a recommendation that Treasury Fund Grade R and BELA, and in the budget review, they've responded to this saying that they will in fact not. So holding Treasury accountable after that process happens would also be a strong recommendation.
Thank you very much, and thank you to both your presentations there. It is much appreciated, and thank you for your insights. If you've got supplementary, perhaps maybe one page that you want to include in response to some of the questions, you can proceed from there. And then through the same process of the Secretariat, you can make the submission there. Let me move to real reform for ECD. If we can fly their presentation and then get prepared to go. We are chasing time, so I think I've been a little bit gracious between Q&A to almost nearly double the time. So I think now we're going to have to move with a little bit more speed and alacrity as we go. So real reform for ECD, or 10 minutes starts now. You can proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair and colleagues. Can you hear me properly? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very, very much. My name is Tsepo Manje. I am the coordinator of the Real Reform for ECD movement. And I'm joined here by my colleague, Daniel McLaren, who will also be supporting in the Q&A towards the end. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be presenting here today. Real Reform for ECD is a national advocacy movement advocating for holistic, quality and inclusive ECD services for all young children in South Africa. We use primarily legal mobilization and collective action in ensuring that we have a legislative, policy and regulatory framework that allows for the access and expansion of ECD services. Really, our belief is around investing in early childhood development is the most cost-effective strategy, primarily to address issues of structural inequality and inclusive and ensure inclusive economic growth. The next slide. In summary, what do we really want to speak about here with the committee is that we do welcome the historic allocation made to early childhood development of the 10 billion rand. This investment is a powerful tool in tackling child poverty, gender inequality. We can ensure job creation, local economic development, and a cost-effective strategy for long-term returns in South Africa. ECD investment improves access and quality, particularly for children in poor and under-resourced communities, where we find that most of the ECD support that we need is in these communities, which are often forgotten. Next slide, please. Thank you. Our call as a movement is for the committee to publicly support the 10 billion rand provision for early childhood development, to consider recommendations on how to spend it equitably and effectively, to exercise oversight to ensure provincial equitable share allocation to ECD are not diluted, and to recognize gaps that are needing further investment and oversight. By protecting and delivering this allocation, Parliament can significantly advance the well-being of young children and contribute to inclusive and sustainable development. What we mean by ECD in the next slide, and I think this is also important to sort of ground ourselves in these definitions. We are speaking about a period of time in a child's life. And the early learning program or early learning center is a space that supports a child's development in this period of time. So between birth and 6, we see that young children go through rapid physical, emotional, cognitive, neurological development that, if supported adequately, allows a child to thrive by the age of 5, and then eventually ensuring their well-being and continued development throughout their lives. So when we're speaking about early childhood development, we're speaking about a holistic framework, which includes the healthcare of the child and the mother. We speak about adequate nutrition. We speak about social services and income support. We speak about early learning stimulation and responsive caregiving or supportive caregiving. And these are the elements that ensure holistic, quality and inclusive early childhood development. And then we find that ECD centers become spaces where we can focus and direct much of the state support that can be given to early childhood development. So with regard to ECD programs, these are home-based, or group-based rather, early learning and care services. And the current context is that we have over 42,000 ECD programs currently in South Africa. But with those, we see that less than half of them are registered, and which means that less than half of them are receiving the subsidy. We have 1.5 million poor children attending ECD programs, but 750,000 only benefit from the ECD subsidy, with 1.2 million children aged 3 to 5 still having no access to early childhood development services at all. The ECD workforce includes 250,000 mostly women, and I will note mostly Black women in South Africa, a previously marginalized demographic, and 90% of whom earn below minimum wage and have very limited job security. This is a contribution that comes out often in our engagement with ECD practitioners, as Real Reform connects with over 1,000 ECD practitioners in the country. And one of the most common things that comes out is that ECD practitioners, particularly in poor communities, informal settlements, are unable to pay themselves a minimum wage, as the subsidy they're currently getting is not enough to cover all the costs and needs of the ECD program, and also on top of that pay salaries of the other practitioners supporting the work there. Next slide, please. So really what we are saying as a movement that is Real Reform, we say that the best time to plant a tree was 30 years ago. The second best time to plant a tree is now. And we have that opportunity with us at the tip of our fingers in this here and now. We see that challenges of inequality continue to be a big problem in the country. Unemployment continues to be a crisis. The labor market continues to be a big challenge in the country, with numbers there to prove it. And we are really seeing early childhood development and a meaningful investment in it as an opportunity for us to address some of these deep-rooted issues that we have in the country. So with the current funding only at 4.5 billion, which is at 2% of government expenditure, we are seeing that we have really had a gross underfunding of the ECD sector. This has been manifested through the 17 Rand per child per day subsidy. This is the subsidy that has been given to ECD centers since 2019. And in effect, this subsidy has actually decreased over time due to inflation. Our research shows that in 2019, you could buy 14 eggs for 17 Rand per child, 17 Rand. In 2021, you could buy 11 eggs for 17 Rand. In 2024, you could only buy 5 eggs for 17 Rand. And this really proves that we are unable to provide holistic ECD services on such little money. And why we think this is a real economic opportunity is because research has come out by Nobel Prize winner James Heckman that 1 Rand invested in ECD will equal to 18 Rand in return due to the productivity that society will gain from well-adjusted and adequately developed human beings who have benefited from a holistic, quality, and inclusive ECD services. So what we know is that universal access to ECD will provide jobs. We are seeing a deficit of 300,000 jobs within the ECD sector. So that is ECD practitioners going into the workspace. But even more than that, it means caregivers who are sitting with young children all through the day, if they are feeling secure that their young children are at an ECD center, they can then have the time to join the workforce in however way they see fit for themselves.
Tebogo, I don't wanna disrupt your flow, and I appreciate that. I want to keep you conscious that you've got just over 2 minutes, and when I looked at your slides, there are still many more to come. So use your time wisely, please.
Noted, Chair. Thank you. It's Tepo. I will use the time adequately. Please go to the next slide. I will get us to the conclusion relatively quick. So here we're really just saying that what is key is to realize this investment in ECD, really addressing some of our deep-rooted issues in the country. Next slide. I want to get to the recommendations. Next slide. This is just showing that we will be having what the investment would do. And then here we are speaking about strengthening the accountability around how the allocation is spent, and really speaking about ensuring that we have binding national guidelines that can support how the subsidy is rolled out. Next slide, which will be the recommendations and where I will park. So our recommendations here are really the protection of the 10 billion that has been allocated, supporting the increased subsidy, supporting the implementation of the DBE 2030 strategy, which here speaks to the DBE having a strategy for universal access. And to achieve that universal access, the point I want to make here is that there is still much more funding that needs to go into that subsidy. So what the 10 billion is going to do is put us at fixing the inflation, so readjusting that 17 Rand to match inflation. But really to get to that holistic access, we will need around estimated 47 Rand per child per day. We need strengthening of monitoring systems and standardized subsidy administrations through binding funding norms and standards. The next slide and the last one. Our last slide here is speaking about infrastructure and also welcoming the 210 million that has been allocated to infrastructure. However, more support is still needed here around innovative infrastructure solutions such as upgrading already existing infrastructure, using movable assets, and adopting a scalable low-cost building methods. And my final point is around recognizing the great work that is being done with the Banapili mass registration. But much of this will be halted and made difficult to move forward due to poor infrastructure in the sector. We've had ECD centers in backyards, corrugated iron structures, and a large amount of support is required in supporting that infrastructure. With that, thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Tebogo. Any honorable member wishing to ask a question now of clarity, if you could please indicate so by putting your hand up, that would be helpful. I see Honorable Douglas has got their hand up. Is there any other member? Honorable Moali is on there. With those honorable members, there are two members. May I highlight two? So we'll go through those questions. Honorable Douglas, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to say thank you to Tepo for the the input. I want to agree with him that the 10 billion for early childhood development definitely needs to be protected. But he did mention a number that of 1.2 million children that are not in ECD. And then I wanted to maybe just tell him very straight out, we shouldn't just protect the 10 billion. We need to actually add to the 10 billion. That is way too low for our current needs in the country. It's the most important building block for our children, for their future. And we need all our children, rural areas, as well as peri-urban and urban areas, to get as much money as possible. So what I want to have clarity on is that 47 Rand that you mentioned, that you spoke about, that you need would cover the basic needs of ECD in the country. I still think that that is too little. If you didn't have to work within the current fiscal framework, what would you suggest would the amount be that we're looking for, and how would you split that up? If you can give us what we really need, because I think that sometimes we are completely, even by our own government institutions, which have been politically over the last 30 years just watered down, we're not getting the right information to make some of the decisions. And sometimes civil society organizations such as yourself can help us to get more information. And I think what we want to do is, let's say, how do we fund that 1.2 million that's not in ECD, and how do we increase the infrastructure spend in terms of providing more ECD facilities, teachers, the entire logistical framework with nutrition, etc. included. I'd like to know if you would be willing to put in a supplementary input to us that kind of tells us a little bit more from a technical point of view. What is it that we should be looking at into the future? And let us worry about where we get the money. Because as far as we're concerned, the reality is that this budget, as far as MK is concerned, is not is an anti-poor budget anyway. So if we use our resources that is under our feet to free our people from poverty, we should be able to fund anything. So I'd like to see what do you consider, and your organization considers, is our real needs, and what a future budget should look like. Would it be still at that 47 Rand that you spoke about, of that 10 billion? And yeah, if you can send a supplementary or just give me a quick answer, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Moali.
Thank you, Chair. I also would like to welcome the presentation. Very insightful. I don't want to repeat what Honorable Wesley has covered already, but I want to check from that as to how has been the experience from moving ECDs from social development to basic education. I learned with so much concern that sometimes you go for months, some of the ECDs go for months without the reflection of their long standard. And I know already we are not paying our teachers the minimum wage, and also the 24 Rand already that we are proposing to protect is way less than what we are supposed to be actually giving to the ECD. And also, if we are looking at a scenario where we'll be looking for getting around 47 Rand, whereas in South Africa would spend 462 Rand per inmate a day. This is so ridiculous, and it's really not where it's supposed to be. Hence, I would say also supporting what Honorable Douglas has presented or submitted, is that you can give us more information around as to how can we fund the huge number that is not participating, the 1.2 million, and more especially our poor people that are not participating in the program. So please, if you can enlighten me on that one. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I suppose the only question is on norms and standards. There seems to be this issue when I speak to a lot of ECD practitioners, that the norms and standards become cumbersome, unaffordable, and ultimately the proportion, I mean, on a basic one, the proportion of bathrooms to children, as an example, while government prescribes X, the ACD can't sustain it or can't meet it, and therefore can't qualify for funding, and therefore you perpetuate the issue. I'd like to understand from your perspective, perhaps maybe this question I've asked to all participants on the funding gap, but I guess this one is about the regulatory gap, even though the Appropriations Committee doesn't deal with the regulation on those norms and standards, but it'd be important because ultimately the adjudication of funding ends up there. I'm always fascinated about the proportion that says we spend about 17 Rand per child in the ECD center and close to about 400 per prisoner in the correctional services section. Therefore, the disproportion there needs to be, of course, the populations are different, but the point is still made. Deborah, let me hand over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, a humble correction. It's Tebo, not Teboho. But thank you for the
my apology. Kids Hepo, my reading is reflective of what age I'm progressing towards.
It's okay. Thank you for taking the correction. With the first question, I appreciate that the question of how can we expand beyond this, because it is true that the 47 is still a humble projection of the current context that we have. And our colleagues have done a lot of work in the background to research what is possible. However, our estimates put really ensuring that holistic ECD services are provided puts our estimates at 90 Rand per child per day, which in itself can be more. But this again, colleagues, I want to remind you is that when we talk about ECD, it's not just the learning component, it's the nutrition, is the tools, the resources, infrastructure, paying of practitioners' salaries, and so on and so forth. So with that 90 Rand, there would be quite a lot that it provides for. Because the current reality is that in South Africa, there are two types of childhoods. And both being quite true. There's one childhood in affluent communities, and there's another childhood in poor communities. And what we see is that in affluent communities, 8 out of 10 young children are en route to meeting their milestones, 8 out of 10. Whereas in poor communities, we see only 3 out of 10 are meeting their developmental milestones. And much of this is due to that lack of ECD support. In terms of the question that the chair posed around the norms and standards, this is a big challenge that we face. And another example that I can share with you is around parking bays. There's a requirement for ECD practitioners to have X amount of parking bays for X amount of young children. But in a lot of the ECD centers that we work in, we find that no child even comes to the center with a car. And that's one of the challenges. And one of the solutions that we put on the table is really around learning from how we have done our legislative and regulatory advocacy, has been around including the practitioners in the processes of creating these norms and standards, that having their inputs central to what is needed in the sector. We saw this being quite successful with the Children's Amendment Bill in 2020, where it was rejected, and the subsequent restructuring of that Children's Amendment Bill included civil society and ECD practitioner representatives. That now has gotten us to a space where we have a better representative Children's Amendment Bill waiting to be signed. Again, we see this in local government municipalities where we include ECD practitioners at IDP meetings. We have been advocating for the past 4 years getting ECD practitioners into integrated development plan meetings. And in municipalities that have heard, we have seen so much more support around how municipalities deliver basic services and infrastructure support. And that being one of the ways we can address the norms and standards that are not reflective of what the community needs. And then lastly, the question that Desanele had raised around access and quality. Really, it's right now, I want to bring colleagues' attention to the DBE's 2030 ECD strategy. And that has become our guiding document right now. And it speaks to how the function shift was, for the most part, welcome and a good call by our state, in that it has recognized the importance of ECD. So I think for the most part, we are welcoming and saying that there has been good progress within the function shift and the DBE. In the early days, we can say there was a lack of preparation from the DBE from an infrastructural point of view of how they're going to take on this new sector. And we have seen provinces particularly struggle quite a lot with regard to taking ECD on, the Department of Basic Education at provincial level, needing that extra support. We've seen in KZN, for instance, subsidies have not been paid since October last year, and that has been a challenge within that department. However, we're welcoming it because we are now at this point where ECD is fast becoming a central priority, and I think the DBE taking over that function has been a big part of that. Thank you very much. If I can, I would like to ask my colleague Daniel, who is our in-house economist, to perhaps come in with a word or two, if that's possible.
It is not going to be possible, sadly. I would have loved to hear from, but they certainly can make a written submission in this regard. But I appreciate you being able to make the submission and answer the questions adequately.
Thank you.
Let me just, in the light of this, move on to the next presentation that is going to present next, and it's the South African Human Rights Commission. If I can request that the SHRC, the presentation, be flighted, and then we can proceed from there, handing over to the SHRC, intro your team, and then we can go from there. Dakens.
Good morning to the Honorable Chairperson as well as the Honorable members. Chairperson, I will have the opportunity just to claw back some of the time that was lost and hopefully allow the Portfolio Committee to go back to some of the key questions they have or other participants. Chair, I will not go into the mandate of the Commission or the introductory aspect. I will primarily focus on the parts that speak about the Human Rights Commission as well as what pro-human rights budgeting speaks about. In our 2012 report to Parliament, in terms of Section 1843 of the Constitution, the Commission identified 4 key impediments to the realization of socioeconomic rights in South Africa. And I think the most key part was the exclusion of the poor and vulnerable groups, and this is also spoken to by previous members in respect of previous participants in respect of the participation process, but also how do we then have budgets that reflect such. This finding remains consistent with the Commission's subsequent reports and aligns with international human rights standards, including the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the International Covenant of Economic and Social and Cultural Rights. I will not speak about the importance of budgets as well as government expenditure in the realization of constitutional rights. I'll be speaking to the converted. However, I'll speak about what pro-human rights budgeting is about. It refers to a budget approach that prioritizes the rights and the needs of marginalized and vulnerable groups, which would include a gender-based budgeting approach, but also include speaking to the youth, which previous speakers have alluded to. This also ensures that government resource allocation promotes equality, dignity, and access to basic services. It's worth noting, Chair, that while we are here today speaking about the revenue bill, the Minister of Basic Education is in the province to discuss the complete eradication of pit lavatories. So it does ensure that we are speaking in the right direction, and we do hope that her submissions align with ensuring that no child misses school because of the environmental concerns such as pit lavatories have for them. From this perspective, the Commission views the division of the Revenue Bill as a critical instrument for advancing the realization of human rights, particularly socio-economic rights, and thus submits its observations and recommendations accordingly. And I think this is a bit more extensive than what we had submitted in writing. We are guided by Section 114, subsection 1A of the Constitution, which requires that an Act of Parliament provide for equitable division of revenue raised nationally amongst national, provincial, and local spheres of government. We note with concern the current structure and implications of sections 3, 4, and 5 of the bill, which may result in a disproportionate burden on provinces and municipalities with low revenue generating capacity, thereby undermining the principle of equity. We do note some of the research provided by Stats SA in our next slide, specifically the 3 provinces with the highest levels of poverty, namely Limpopo, Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, as well as the Northwest. In the 2023 budget review, it identified 43 municipalities in financial and service delivery crisis, primarily the Eastern Cape as well as the Northwest. In respect of these provinces, the Commission recently held a Scholar Patrol inquiry in the Northwest, and this highlighted the importance of having a budget that speaks to the local infrastructure, but also how do we then ensure that this is done in a way that is reflective of those who are within the marginalized groups. It's important to note that while the Commission is not advocating for an immediate or radical restructuring of the equitable share formula, it does call for a balanced and targeted approach in the allocation of national revenue. Particular attention must be given to provinces and municipalities characterized by high poverty rates, poor economic performance, and weak institutional capacity. Without this, the structural inequalities of the past risk being perpetuated. I will highlight the analysis of the pro-human rights budgeting in the bill. We note that the bill does demonstrate elements of pro-human rights budgeting. It uses a redistributive formula accounting for demographics, poverty, as well as health and educational needs, which have been previously spoken to by the previous presenters. Conditional grants are targeted at key social services, including healthcare and education. Local governments' equitable share supports poor municipalities with basic and institutional needs. However, the challenge remains underspending of grants and weak capacity undermines delivery. The backlog component only accounts for 3% of the formula, which is insufficient for historically deprived areas. Implementation and monitoring frameworks are inadequate. Chair and honorable members, I come to the recommendations of the Commission. Based on this integrated analysis, the Commission recommends the following: increasing local government share of the national revenue from the current 10.2% to at least 17.8%, conducting a human rights impact assessment of the division of the revenue bill, revising the local government equitable share formula to better reflect poverty, demographics, and revenue generation constraints, introducing targeted allocations and performance-based grants to support marginalized municipalities, strengthening monitoring and accountability mechanisms to ensure the realization of socioeconomic rights, addressing unfunded mandates, cost pressures, and structural inequalities in rural and undercapacitated municipalities. These are the recommendations by the South African Human Rights Commission, and that concludes our presentation. I hope I have cleared a bit of time and I open it up for questions. Chairperson and honorable members, where I failed to adequately answer the questions, I hope that we'll be given an opportunity to provide written submissions. Thank you.
No, you have indeed upheld human rights in this regard and clawed back some time. So the only thing I wanted to get clarity on the presentation and the PowerPoint you sent us and your written submission or your oral submissions are not the same things. So we will need to get clarity on that, and perhaps what you did present and read from, you can email to the committee. That will be helpful, because there was a disconnect in this regard. But I recognize members' questions. Honorable Bateman, Honorable Douglas, I think for the time being, those are the members that have been recognized, and Honorable Mkhonto and Wakelin, I apologize, I recognize those. So let me start with Honorable Bateman. Over to you.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, I was actually just lowering my hand because you covered me with the request for the written detail of the oral presentation, which I was also missing from the slides. So that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bateman. Honorable Mkhonto.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, my question would be, what will be the recommendations of the South African Human Rights Commission to this committee? What should this committee do to curb under expenditure that result in violation of human rights? We have seen under expenditure or underperformance by departments or provinces or municipalities, resulting in people losing their lives in many ways. So what do they recommend that this committee should do to assist them, in fact, because they are the ones that are responsible for human rights? Because some of the expenditure activities, they result in a violation of human rights and people losing their lives. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the thank you to Ms. Sandra Makosha. Hopefully, I didn't mash up your surname too much. To be honest, I'm a little bit disappointed in the presentation because I think part of what they should have been doing is also coming to us and saying this is kind of where we also see we need more assistance, we need more help, we need appropriations to give us a bigger budget in these areas and these areas for these reasons and these areas, because they are also a Chapter 9 institution. So when we're talking to them, like for instance, where one thing I want to speak about is why is there no input from this from the SHRC on additional appropriations for the TKLA Act of 2019, which is the Traditional Khoi and San Leaders Act. There's now obviously implications for that in terms of public hearings on the rights of Khoi and San people, and then also a Truth and Reconciliation Commission for the Khoi and San people, for the genocide our people have been through. These are things that for 30 years has fallen on deaf ears in terms of the South African Human Rights Commission. So, you know, we want to see, can you tell us what is your budgeting for this process now, the recognition of the Khoi San people? Can you, and can you in future, can you make that part of your presentation? We want to also see what does your Human Rights Commission say about supporting international recognition of the Khoi and San people as a First Nation, and then litigation internationally in the ICJ and other structures on the basis of that. So those are the kinds of things that we want to see speak to the most marginalized people and oppressed people, the Khoi and San and other people, which is what you're supposed to be fighting for as the South African Human Rights Commission. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Douglas. Honorable Wakelin.
Thank you, Chair. Just two matters. Thank you for the presentation. To the Human Rights Commission, the first matter, just from a human rights perspective, the unfunded mandates for municipalities, in particular around clinics and health, just a view on that and where it should be better placed on either both or just with municipalities. I just want to get a sense from them, as well as their own view around the impact on human rights as far as particularly the removal of, particularly there's a call for the removal of provinces and only deal directly with municipalities. I just want to get their view on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Maybe there are two issues here. The Human Rights Commission is both, as a colleague has raised, a Chapter 9 institution. I didn't get a sense. So clearly, either you are well-funded or you are not. And I'd like to understand that. And two, the rulings made by the South African Human Rights Commission seem to be permanently ignored. There seems to be no one in government who takes them seriously, and it's remedial action not implementable necessarily. We have the 21st of March as Human Rights Day, but I don't seem to get the sense that the SAHRC's recommendations and work that must be done holds government to account. Is that a funding issue or just a capacity issue inside the institution? I'd like to understand that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, honourable members. May I ask that in respect of the questions regarding the recognition of the Khoi and San, can I make written submissions? Because there's a lot of work that we are doing. We just, through the Office of Commissioner Kwinana, who is the commissioner responsible for civil and political rights, we will be having a dialogue around this. May I ask that I make written submissions as well as attach the necessary supporting documents to the portfolio committee member specifically, and then through the office of the chairperson. That's the first part. There is a lot of work we're doing regarding this particular issue, and we will be collaborating with the CRL. It is not just one commission, but it's a collaboration of the two commissions, the Chapter 9 commissions, on how do we move forward. It also requires that we have conversations not only about how do we ensure that locally there is recognition, but internationally, how do we bring it home? So that's the first part. In respect of the funding of the South African Human Rights Commission, unfortunately, our budget has been cut over the years, and this is in terms of the practice from National Treasury. This affects how we fulfill our mandate in respect of how do we litigate, how do we have advocacy programs, but also how do we observe the observance of human rights. So we are not well funded. It's not only being well funded also impacts capacity. We do not have enough human resources in our respective offices to ensure that we're able to fulfill our mandate. So often, most of the time, you find that we are overstretched, and we have to ensure that we try to fulfill our mandate as best as possible. But in respect of that, I'll also provide submissions that we have made to the Portfolio Committee, as well as the Minister of Justice and Correctional Development, and how the Commission is trying to find creative ways to fulfill our mandates with the budget cuts. I do note the sentiments by the honourable members who speak about how the Commission is a Chapter 9 institution and how they wanted us to provide a far more detailed analysis of our work we've done on the ground. So I will then provide additional information. In respect of the expenditure, I think starts with expertise in local government. And I think that's what we have observed in our hearings, as well as in our subpoena hearings, that most of the time there is this acknowledgement by the relevant municipalities that it does not have the necessary expertise in the local government to ensure that their budgets are properly spent. Now, conditional grants are a bit problematic because they often are sent back because those who need to implement the conditional grants don't necessarily understand the conditions attached to them. So there is a need to, one, educate the respective municipalities, either through SALGA, but also maybe calling the municipalities that have failed to adequately spend their budgets to come and account to the portfolio committee members. They must provide reasons, provide rationale behind it, as well as why they failed to adequately spend that budget. So that is our proposal. We will be engaging with SALGA through the Office of Commissioner Boshoff to have an education program on how budgets need to look and how grants need to look. Chair, in respect of these notes that I've made, integration of the conditions that are attached to the grants, a relationship between the province as well as the local municipalities. You can't remove the provinces from this discussion. There needs to be some oversight from provincial government as well as discussions with the Premier. But in closing, Chair, I'd like to say in some of respects, I'll just provide written submissions regarding why the presentation as well as my oral submissions are different. You will note, Chair, in our presentation, there are no recommendations. It just simply speaks about certain aspects. So I thought it would be important in my oral submissions to expand on the presentation as well as our written submission, because we felt that it did not cover a lot of the work that we wanted to put to the Honourable Committee. Thank you.
There's a broader conversation that must be had that speaks to institutions supporting democracy, and of which the South African Human Rights Commission is one, the Public Protector is another, and its funding questions become a conversation that must be had, because I think that in the same spirit or the same observation that says you can undermine the lawmaking process by not funding, I could also undermine the work that you do by underfunding the South African Human Rights Commission. So what my advice to you would be to provide equally so a detailed funding capacity for the SHRC. Otherwise, progressively, we will see an underfunding and a lack of capacity on that regard, which means that your role as prescribed in the Constitution will be progressively undermined. So that my if I could make that request in that manner. Thank you very much for coming through. We will then move over to COSATU, who are next in the presentation, and you will have your 10 minutes starting now. Thank you very much.
Morning, Chair. Morning, members. I think Darren is going to share our presentation. But yeah, thanks, Chair and members, for giving us space. I think Darren will just upload the presentation, if I'm right. Okay, cool. It's coming up. Thanks, Chair. Chair, we'll just gallop through it. I think we can just go to the next slide, as we are sensitive to the time constraints, Chair. Our approach, Chair, as COSATU as a federation is always about the socio-economic context, slow economic growth over a decade, which remains projected in the MTEF, though it might double. Very high levels of unemployment of 41% and youth unemployment, really entrenched levels of poverty, inequality, rising cost of living. And I think for the DOOR bill, Chair, it's really about the aging economic infrastructure, struggling public services and municipalities, and of course, our high levels of crime and corruption. We can go to the next slide. Chair, I think, so for us, we really want to see the budget and the DOOR bill to respond to that, especially to the kind of budget cuts which have really crippled public services that workers, businesses, society they depend upon, to really respond to the embattled state of many municipalities and public services, and to really invest in aging infrastructure, which has a huge toll on the economy, and also to expand protection for the poor, including public employment programs, and of course, support for SARS, that falls outside of DOOR bill. Next slide. Chair, I won't go into the revenue too much. Obviously, that falls outside of the DOOR bill, but obviously, as you said earlier, Chair, it's really the elephant in the room, so to speak. But just for members' benefit, we've listed kind of our thoughts around the revenue proposals. But I don't need to go into that because obviously it falls under the tax bill, so we can go to the next slide, but it's more for members' benefit. But on the one part we thought was relevant, Chair, for the DOOR bill, if we want to assist the fiscus, to the state, about if you do the VAT hike, the PIT non-adjustment, so what is the revenue and expenditure alternatives? One option we think, Chair, or a couple of options rather, to assist the state is that to engage the Development Bank, the Industrial Development Corporation, the Public Investment Corporation, can they take over 25 to 50 billion rand worth of economic infrastructure projects? So, for example, can they take over the 13,000 university beds, or some of the investments in roads or ports or rails, where they could achieve a return on investment over a reasonable time, but you could then ease the burden on the state. You could then reduce the pressure on the fiscus to cover those. Similarly, you could engage these DFIs, the CETAs, the National Skills Fund, to do likewise with 25 to 50 billion rand worth of public employment programs, skills training programs, whether it's for community works programs or EPWP or the PEP. But again, to raise revenue, without having to increase taxes and also to ease the burden on the state, and similarly to engage with the Reserve Bank around access or topping up the relief from its reserve account to the fiscus. Next slide. Chair, I think, obviously on the public services, I think we appreciate, so if you can just go back one slide, I think. So Chair, we know on the public services, it's always a debate. There's always a bit of a false notion that the wage bill is out of control, and it's not. It's declined over the past 2 decades from 40% to 31% of the budget. Others will say the headcount is out of control. And again, we've seen the headcount remain stable since 94, literally the same number, and the population is almost doubled. So you're seeing a rising ratio of teachers to learners, of nurses to patients, of police officers to society. And that has a real impact upon the ability of the state to deliver quality public services society requires. And many frontline public services have also struggled with budget cuts. So the long queues at Home Affairs because of a 60% vacancy rate, aging infrastructure, etc. So we really do need to fix and to view public services as an investment, not as a loss. Next slide. So Chair, we do welcome, the honoring the wage agreement and the commitment to filling critical frontline posts like nearly 2,000 doctors, additional nurses, preventing the retrenchment of teachers, 4,000 police officers, that falls outside of DORA. But also there's very progressive allocations to top up education and health, which will begin to help repair the damage to budget cuts. Not perfect, but it's a good step in the right direction. But we do also remain concerned about early retirement for some public servants because that will have an impact upon the loss of skills, etc. But next slide. So, Chair, our proposals here really, and I think we're glad that the Finance Minister is committed to it, is a ghost post audit of all public and municipal institutions. We would all recall in PRASA when they did that, they found about 3,000 ghost posts. So we think likewise, especially municipalities, you may find significant savings there. We think there is a need for discussion about consolidating some of these entities back into the public service. Often they have a duplicate function. Often that's where you find the bloated salaries for senior management executives. You may find may earn more than a president or a minister does. We think there is a need to send a message to society about cutting on the top, cutting what we have in terms of the executives, whether it's the number of MECs or the size of the mayoral committees or senior management, etc. And of course, some of the bling expenditure of travel, advertising, consulting, and so forth. Next slide. Chair, I think the one fear, and we think there's many good things in the DOL bill, but I think our fear is that it doesn't really speak in many instances to the crisis of local government. A decade ago, it was 10% of municipalities in a financial crisis. Today, it's about 70%. And it varies. We've got about up to 36 municipalities who failed to pay staff on time, and we've listed some of them later on. But we have an even larger number who are in arrears around municipal worker or council or pension funds, and that's about 160 across all provinces. We've seen the debt of municipalities to Eskom doubling to over, I think, almost 95 billion rand. It literally grows by the day. And of course, community debt to municipalities, nearly 300 billion. We see many municipalities fail to spend grants or spend them correctly. So we do feature, we're witnessing a collapse of local government. Next slide. Chair, we just listed the current municipalities we are told who are in arrears around salaries, and that's not even pension funds. And these are the usual suspects. Enoch and Gijima in the Eastern Cape, it's always there, though it is less than before in terms of municipalities. Free State and Northern Cape and the Northwest are the biggest epicenters of this problem. And again, these municipalities are always there. Mafube, Kopanong, in fact, Mafube has been brought to court because of it. In the Northern Cape, Thembelihle is probably the worst in the country, where I think for about 12 months, they didn't pay salaries. There is progress. We've seen, I think, the ones in Limpopo and Gauteng being resolved. That's positive. Next slide. And then again, Mpumalanga has joined. The Northwest, Chair, some of them are perennial problem children. Ditsabotla, I think they've been, if I'm right, they've been under administration, I think 4 times now. Mamusa is another problem, but all of them tend to be there continuously. You'll find these same ones struggle to provide basic services. So Ditsabotla, has witnessed companies closing, like Clover. So that creates almost a race to the bottom, because when companies close, workers are retrenched, and it just becomes another disaster. Next slide. So, Chair, proposal on local government is really about how can we strengthen and enhance the National Treasury Debt Intervention Program? There is really good allocations here in this budget of about over 2 billion rand over MTEF to roll out prepaid electricity meters. That's a positive intervention. It should be expanded. But we need to see how can we strengthen the debt intervention programs, even for municipalities to collect monies owed to them. I think how to accelerate the intervention programs for the 140 most dysfunctional municipalities. But we do need a broader discussion, Chair, urgently around a new municipal funding model. And also, can we sustain 257 municipalities, including mayors, speakers, municipal managers? Can we sustain nearly 10,000 councillors? And perhaps we need to have some, one pilot project per province to say in the Western Cape, for example, in the Karoo, let's take the 4 municipalities together and integrate them, but still roll out service site offices in each community, etc. But we do need to do something because right now, by any indicator, local government is in real danger. Next slide. Sean, the real positive part of this DORA bill is that the infrastructure allocation. It's been increased by 46 billion to over R1 trillion, a huge amount of roads, water, rail, ports, 4 new hospitals, 13,000 university beds. There's some additional allocations by DBSA and IDC for investments and for SMEs, but these are not going to be sufficient enough. Next slide. So proposals here, Chair, I think really here's a critical where Parliament is to really hold municipalities and departments to greater account, because you'll see by the MTBBS, many of them will have struggled to spend the monies. You'll see stories of corruption, etc. We have a real problem around the construction mafia hindering many projects. But we do need to have a discussion urgently, Chair, about a new mass SME export incentives, industrial financing plan, mobilizing public and private financial resources. We should really push for this to be done by the MTBS, especially, Chair, when you see the GOA cancellation. I think, have I got another minute left, Chair? I can wrap up. Okay, perfect. Next slide. So, Chair, I think on the relief measures, there are a lot of positive things here, the social grants and so on. We are pleased that there's been a kind of increasing support for the public employment programs, which have been drastically cut over the past 2 years. So there's collectively about 30 billion rand there. We can go to the next slide. Our proposal here, sorry, I shouldn't have left the SOD grant here, that's outside of the DORA bill, but I think our proposal here really around public employment programs, and I think that's our last point, Chair, that there has been some cuts to it in some areas under EPWP. We do think we really need to say how can we have a better, most efficient public employment program where we consolidate the EPWP, the CWP, and the PEPs to ensure most efficient use of resources, but also ensure better outcomes, because often you find there's no training. People are not really able to find permanent employment when they leave these jobs. So I think we do need a similar discussion around that as well. I think that's the last slide, if I'm right, Chairperson. But Darren can correct.
Either way,
come to an end. Okay, let me stop there, Chair. Yeah. It is there, Chair. Let me not interfere with a chair and a pastor. Thanks, Chair.
Quick question. Let me see which honourable members would have questions to ask in this regard. Honourable Mkonto, Honourable Douglas, Honourable Wakelin. For interest, I will ask Honourable Wakelin to go first, then Mkonto, then Douglas. Honourable Wakelin.
Thank you, Chair. I am wrapping up in the next 4 minutes, and I'll be very quick. Thank you very much again for your presentation. Sometimes, as you know, we don't always agree with COSATU. At this point, we do agree with COSATU on the matter of the VAT. We can see where the rand is lying at the moment. It's at 19.05 rand and it's busy tanking. So we agree on that, just as a comment. Then the questions that I'd like to raise is if COSATU could possibly just explain to us what is the view around CETAs, and particularly around the duplication of the CETAs, around particularly the structures and so on. Would they consider as a good proposal to consolidate all the CETAs, as well as the view around municipalities and provinces, and is province at the moment worth a while continuing with the structure of province, and their view on province and or just directly working with municipalities in strengthening municipalities to ensure that we have basic services running. Thank you, Chair. I'll leave it at that for now.
Thank you. Honorable Douglas.
Hi, Mr. Chair. This is more a procedural matter. Mr. Chair, we've been down this road before with this particular presenter. He insists on putting the ANC logo behind him when he speaks, and that's unparliamentary. And it's now multiple violations. I mean, if we were all to just put our logos up before we talk, then it would be unparliamentary. And we want to prevent that in the future. So please, can we have a stronger censure, because verbal censures don't seem to work. Thank you.
Honorable Nkonto, although Honorable Douglas, I think it's an outside public member can speak on behalf of whichever organization they so choose to represent, in the same manner as the DA is making a presentation today. I'm not here to defend that. Whereas for members of Parliament itself, we're bound by the rules of Parliament as to what our presentations need to look like in this regard. So at least I wanted to put that perspective into the input you have just made. I'll ask Matthew to be able to respond to that regard. Honorable Nkonto.
Thanks, Chair. We welcome the presentation from COSATU. Chair, I thought COSATU will talk about the two-pot system as to how much went to SARS and how much went to workers, and how did that improve revenue collection, and what did workers in general benefited from that in terms of skills development and other avenues. Chair, my second question will be, what is COSATU's take on the scarce skills classification and the funding model with regard to the budgeting and appropriations? Because my understanding is that extra funds have to be paid to such classified workers instead of employing more workers. More money is paid to individuals, and I want to know what will be their recommendation in as far as that is concerned, because some of the skills that have been in the past classified to be scarce, they have now the country has improved and they are no more as scarce as possible. And the issue of the locally produced material, I did not hear as to exactly what is their recommendation. First of all, to this committee, what should this committee do to make sure that there is money appropriated to that, and that locally produced goods are being promoted? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Bateman, I see your hand is up. You are using
Thank you.
The referee's optional time. You can have a quick go.
Okay, I'll be quick, and I'm not going to comment on every aspect of the presentation, but thank you very much for the presentation, and interesting, and covers many different angles on the DORA bill. I think welcome and echo some of these recommendations with regards to the ghost audit of all public and municipal institutions, and the consolidation of duplicate public sector entities, looking at opportunities to integrate back into public service, and bloated executives. I mean, we've spoken about the million rand managers, and I think some time back there was a private members bill proposed to freeze pay increases for the million rand managers, and and that could have had quite a significant impact. Just my question is this: so bearing in mind that COSATU is a member of the Tripartite Alliance, to what extent are you finding resonance with these proposals within the ANC? And have you been driving these for a long time? Are there new proposals from COSATU? And how much traction do you expect you'll be able to get with them? Thanks.
Mr. Parks, I suppose my question to you speaks to this issue of the SRD grant and the constitutional expansion thereof. It moves from 7 million beneficiaries to 11 million beneficiaries. And I look at your presentation, of course, it's got an expense item to it. I'd like to get COSATU's view as a proud worker representative model. Is there a different way of looking at an SRD grant that might inspire people from a work point of view, and rather that money be deployed to job creation initiatives? It can be extended public work so that people are working and earning, because we know the probability that when someone works, they are likely to find more work. So I'm trying to understand your view on whether it should be a permanent feature of our budget or not.
All right, no, thanks, Chair, and thanks, members. I think let me gallop Chair as well, but also one can provide a written comment too. But yeah, Chair, look, I think, Honourable Wakeling, on the issue of VAT and PIT, I think all parties on the same page roughly. I think we just feel those are a burden to the poor. There's an urgency now to amend it because obviously they come into effect on 1 May. So we don't think we've got 30 days, Chair. We think we've more got about 2 weeks to get something. So we'll also be engaging colleagues in the Standing Committee on Finance to see how do we provide alternatives on revenue from SARS, on expenditure, and hence why we raise the DFI contribution to infrastructure programs, for example. Chair, on the SETAs, the intention is correct. It's good. We need to invest in skills. It's an increasingly competitive, globalized economy. But I think the performance of the SETAs is less than impressive. There's lots of corruption and wastage. There is a need to see, can we consolidate, can we reduce those wastage? But I think even more critically, Chair, it's about how to make sure they provide the skills that the economy needs. You can't have an industry saying we have a shortage of 10,000 long-distance truck drivers, and then we're going to go hire people from elsewhere, but yet we have high levels of unemployment in our townships, young people, etc. So there is a need to really make sure that we provide the skills, and perhaps have a discussion with the technicons to see, can they not be roped in? And similarly have a discussion with the TVET colleges whose throughput rate, I'm told, is only 10%. Chair, to Honourable Nkonto, on the two-part reforms, that's something, as COSATU, we had helped with a 6th Parliament to drive through, to release 44 billion rand to the pockets of 2.3 million workers. It's helped them to pay off debt and so forth. 3/4 of money has gone to workers. Yes, there is tax paid. There was always tax paid. What is done now is to shift the tax from a flat rate, which disadvantaged the poor and benefited the rich, to be linked to one's income tax rate, which is a more progressive approach, but everybody hates tax. But we have, and we're glad the Minister did make the commitment in the budget speech for the next round of engagements. We've tabled proposals to Treasury, to the Finance Committee, that we should look at giving full relief to workers who lose their jobs, as has been the norm, to see if workers who are highly indebted could access further relief whilst boosting savings over the longer term, to look at a less onerous tax regime, and also other issues like education loans, fee caps, and so forth. But we need to really move on that because Treasury does take too long often. Honourable Nkonto, Chair, has raised a very important issue about localization. So on construction, cement was designated for construction sites, public infrastructure programs, to be locally procured. Clothing too, we need to expand those kind of things to yellow machinery, to steel and so forth. But even more critically, to make sure it actually gets done. The Public Procurement Act needs to be finalized in terms of its implementation, the regulations, because that'll be a major boost to local procurement, to local industries and jobs. And of course, to see how do we give more support to the master plans and so on. I think to Honourable Bateman, I think it's just, we agree in principle that we need to reduce what we spend on politicians, on senior management and shift those resources to doctors, to nurses, to teachers, police officers, the frontline workers. We should just also bear in mind in that senior management, the millionaires, it includes the 20,000 doctors, because obviously their salaries are competitive to what, or would want to be competitive to what they get paid in the private sector. But we agree the principle is correct. We often do engage these issues with Alliance, just like we do at NEDLAC, at Parliament, with departments, etc. I think there is increasing resonance, Honourable Bateman. I think our frustration is that we don't move with sufficient speed, but I think all of us do agree what needs to be done. Then I think, Chair, just lastly to the Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Mamani, look, I think we would support the SCD grant being a permanent part of the package. You can't afford to have 8 million, 11 million South Africans going home without any food to buy bread, etc. I think it has been a positive intervention. We do need to reverse the ratios of people on social grants, 27 million, to those working 17 million. But in the short, medium term, this is a correct approach. But Chair, your point is right. How to link the participants to skills and employment opportunities? Because ultimately everybody wants to have a job and not to be on a social grant. I think we need to find that balance, but it is a positive intervention by the state in very difficult circumstances. So I think, Chair, those are all the comments. I think Honourable Douglas was more of a political comment and one can leave it at that, Chair. But thanks, members, and hope I didn't take too long. Thank you, Chair.
No worries, and I have reassured Honourable Douglas that in as far as rulings of public hearings and how people present, I will certainly go out and consult with other chairs and other committees just for consistency's sake. So note on that score. Thank you to Mr. Parks, and thank you to members. We will now move on to the next presentation, which is done by Youth Capital, and it's appropriate as the time is hurtling fast to get young people with energy. So I'm looking forward to where the young people are going to present from. Over to you.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. Thank you so much. And Chair, before I hand over to my colleague Sibaballo, my name is Nape Sunong. We just want to commend the committee for taking public consultations, to the people, taking Parliament to the people. We would just love to see in future, as TD from Section 27 alluded earlier on, that more women representation, but we would have liked to see more youth representation in the room so that our challenges also inform some of the solutions to these kind of processes. So Siba, over to you.
Yes. Could you please go to the next slide? Yes. So thank you. Let's be real. We all know a young person who's unemployed. We know that unemployment is a very huge issue. We know cousins, family members, nieces, nephews, our own children, etc., that are unemployed. And so youth unemployment is not just a stat, but it is a reality that we all face that affects every single facet of society today. Next slide, please. Sorry. Oh, yes, this slide. Sorry. Please go back to that slide. Okay. So Youth Capital is more than just a campaign. It is a to shine as society and policymakers to clear the way. We don't just describe the problem, we work with the people that are affected, and we aim to highlight their stories, we highlight their experiences through evidence, and we aim to advocate, to help them advocate and amplify their voices with people like the decision makers that we have in the room. Next slide, please. So South Africa, as we know, has over 20 million young people. That is half the working age population. But here's the kicker: 8 million of them are not even economically active. Some are students, yes, but many are just stuck, discouraged, excluded, and invisible in the economy. It's not a small problem. It is a huge youth bulge that is bursting at the seams. Next slide, please. So here is like the real crisis, right? Here's a stat that keeps us up at night. Only 10 20.7% of young people aged 15 to 24 are in jobs. That is a quarter of the global average. Even young people that want to work in this economy, the economy is simply not absorbing them. It's not a lack of will, it's a lack of a way. Young people are struggling to find avenues into employment, avenues into money-making opportunities in this country, and it is simply just they're meeting roadblock after roadblock after roadblock that is preventing them from getting into these pathways that simply, as we know, don't exist. The next slide, please. So here we're talking about the NEET rate, the number of young people that are not in employment, education, or training in South Africa. And in South Africa, 9.9 million young people fall into this category. That's nearly half the youth population, as we've established. We're not just facing an employment crisis, but we are facing a crisis of youth development. We are not developing our youth. It is an emergency that we need to prioritize. Young people, yes, some of them, as we established, are students, but not enough are able to attain education, employment, or training. And this is a huge problem that is preventing us from moving forward as a country. Often we say that young people are the future of the country, but if our future is not able to attain these things again that are supposed to help them progress and supposed to help them enter new facets of life, are not working for them, then what does that mean about our future as a country?
Thank you for that contextual overview of the numbers, Siba. With these numbers, I think, Chair, we can also conclude that some of the microeconomic policies that have been implemented by the National Treasury and the Reserve Bank, which is, to grow the economy and achieve full employment, have not been working. Next slide, please. So young people are being left behind. We know this because we've just not been creating enough jobs. We know that the quarterly labor force survey of the data since 2008, even by looking at that data over time since 2008, and before 2008, before the financial crisis of 2008, we know that even at a time when the economy was doing well, was thriving, young people were being left behind. Young people were not, the absorption rate was not good, and young people were not coming into the labor market as they should. Treasury has mentioned that the construction multiplier is going to be in effect, that we are looking at construction as the one place where we're going to create jobs, with the highest jobs being with those that like low skills jobs, with those with just a matric certificate. But we know that there's other sectors that have proven to be multipliers, such as the care economy, which actually respond directly to the needs of communities while having a high labor intensity. So also social protection has also proven to be quite a multiplier. Evidence from other, developing countries, particularly countries with high levels of inequality like us, it shows that there's an indirect benefit to increasing such expenditure in things like social protection. Next slide, please. And then at Youth Capital, we truly believe that public employment programs can be a way to help young people to gain the work experience that they need, because a lot of research has shown that young people really need work experience to be able to transition into more meaningful, more stable work, and also to stimulate demand, and also to assist in a way where communities are being helped in the provision of essential services. The report from the monitoring and evaluation of some of the public employment programs that we have, the three show that there is a general decline in terms of how we are spending on these programs. Now, can you please move on to the next slide? Okay, so if you look at the graph that we have here in the different phases of how we've been spending in terms of our public employment programs, we can see that there is a trend of a decline in terms of the allocations, in terms of expenditure, and that decline can be directly correlated with the number of jobs and opportunities that we are creating. And it is actually very, very sad and, sometimes I think a little bit insulting given the numbers that we have shown. If you ask different people in South Africa, what is the core sort of challenge that we face at the moment? We are facing the triple crisis, but we know that unemployment, particularly youth unemployment, is at the core that leads to poverty. It leads to inequality. So if we really do focus on youth unemployment, solving youth unemployment and funding some of these public employment programs, we can sort of start seeing a ripple in solving some of those other challenges that we face, because our challenges are now.
Chief, can I give you a subtle warning to say that you've probably got now just over a minute and a half left, and you've still got a number of slides to go. So I just want to indicate to you that you need to land the plane before you run out of runway.
All right. Please move on to the next slide. Thank you, Chair. So our call is for us to expand these public employment programs with more funding, committed funding, so that they are not disturbed in terms of their rollout and some of their gains are lost. Next slide, please. Okay, the other thing that we are calling for is higher education. We do know that there's been cuts of about 27 billion in the 2024 budget. This includes NSFAS funding to higher education and the TVET infrastructure, and also the university subsidies. And also further cuts have been recorded in the 2025 year. And also we think that developing sort of like a universal system of higher education that will, that helps young people who pass, get this bachelor's passes to get into universities, also to improve our TVET infrastructure so that they are more attractive to young people to get in. We talk of the inverted pyramid in South Africa, so we have to have funding so that we can work to get that pyramid to actually be a pyramid like this. We can move on to the next slide. The next one. Okay, on higher education, we think that the sector needs to be double in size. These are some of the issues that we've seen. A challenge, there's underfunding of NSFAS, there's bad governance. 10 years after fees must fall, we find ourselves in a situation where young people are still protesting and still want to get into get university admission. So some of our recommendations are these. We want an expandment of the employment multiplier to not just cover construction, but to look into other sectors such as the care economy, get the UIF funds for a public employment program that has really been working to be dispersed. That is the falls part of the PES, that is the BEI, the Basic Education Employment Initiative, which was stalled last year because of a lack of funding. And also just the permanent funding for the PEP so that we don't have to go back and do this advocacy each and every year, and also an in-depth analysis of NSFAS to ensure that some of the mismanagement and governance issues that are there are solved. Thank you, Chair. That's us.
Just for clarity, the PEPs are not politically exposed people, because if you're asking for permanent funding for those, it could change the dynamic. Let me get hands from honorable members. Honorable Douglas, I don't see any other hand, or Honorable Bateman. Those are the two hands recognized. Honorable Douglas, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me begin by thanking the gentlemen from Youth Capital, the presenters, and thank them for their inputs. I think that, I'm glad that you said that Treasury is on the platform, because I'm very concerned by some of the things raised in this presentation, like the youth absorption rate, which is just 27.6%. and only 10.7% for ages 15 to 24. I also agree with them, and I want to find out from them, can they give us some more inputs around the impact of this kind of anti-youth budgeting process and what they would say is the actual need out there? What do you think we should be doing in terms of the budget? Because there's the absorption rate for the 15 to 24 youth on a global level is the global average of 35%. And we are even further behind in terms of high income countries and upper middle income countries. So, and there's 9 million young South Africans between the ages of 15 and 34 that are not in employment, education, or training, or any ETs. Yet public employment and skills funding continues to decline under austerity budgets. So I want to find out from these presenters, and I want to thank them for their presentation. Can you do more of like an impact assessment for us and some of what the real lived experiences are and what the real requirements are of our youth, and maybe speak to the public employment program cuts and how it affects the young people. Maybe give us supplementary information, especially because, we want to agree with you in terms of the 1.8 million work opportunities and the 900,000 FET jobs to youth, that we need to make sure that we get more permanent opportunities and not just these part-time things for the EPWP and CWP. We need a more investment. So please give us a supplementary impact assessment for us, and then also, help us to see what the mismatch between education and jobs are that you spoke about. Because yes, we agree with the matric and bachelor passes. We need much more young people to give us input about what needs to be studied as well, because it doesn't help you coming through the end of life of your education cycle and not being able to find a job with 1 or 2 degrees. We need to change fundamentally, and that also speaks to appropriation. So please give us some more input on that, and then what the real lived impact is for you as young people on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Douglas. Honourable Bateman.
Yes, I'd also like to just warmly thank the presenters, and particularly for highlighting this issue of youth unemployment. It was actually the topic that I picked for my first speech in the first time I got to speak in a parliamentary setting. So it's an issue that's very close to my heart. And I opened with the statistic that 7 out of 10 young people who are looking for work are not able to find work, which is a national tragedy. And I think you've explored some very interesting angles there, looking at the educational preparation of young people, and I think there's a lot there that we can drill down into. So thank you for highlighting that, and the public employment programs. My question is really, have you done any analysis of what the hindrances are to the growth of job opportunities in the private sector, and the reasons why the absorption rates are low, and what can be done to speed up the growth in the economy and the creation of jobs in the private sector? Thanks.
Thank you, Honourable Bateman. Honourable Mkhonto.
Thanks, Chair. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yeah, Bo.
I'm struggling to unmute myself. Okay, Chair, my first question will be as in the presentation they have let me welcome the presentation first. In the presentation, they are talking about youth that is not employed, is not in the education system, is not in the training system. Chair, maybe if they are not ready to respond to my question now, according to their analysis, first of all, are they aware that there is a body called National Youth Development Agency? And if they do, how do they think that agency can be funded to be able to respond to some of the challenges faced by the youth that they have alluded to. The second one, Chair, is the TVET budget structuring. What should be the focal point according to them? Are they satisfied that most of the budget in the TVET sector seem to be focusing on academics as it is in the universities? Or what advice can they give to this committee to make sure that TVET colleges are able, a budget is structured to enhance the vocational aspect of the TVETs? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. If you guys can respond quickly, we'll appreciate that. Thank you.
There were in terms of how some of this, in terms of the public employment programs, we know that there's a review of some of the public employment programs that is being done by GTech. Some of the answers to the first questions will be informed by that review as we await how that looks. And in terms of getting the private sector to absorb more young people into the labor market, we know that the ETI was meant to incentivize basically the private sector to take in young people. But so far, anecdotally, it looks like the ETI is not working. So maybe another review of the ETI needs to be looked at. And in terms of the blockages for young people to find employment, what Youth Capital did is that we went about to create what we called our action plan, where we spoke to young people in terms of what are their challenges. We went across the country to talk to young people in terms of what are their challenges. And what came out is that there's challenges in terms of social connections, just like connecting to the right opportunities or to the right people that can help you get a job. There's challenges around education and skills. And what was the last one, Siba?
Spatial planning and all those things where
Yes.
young people do not have access to these environments where there is economic activity.
And an example of work we've done in that area is the cost of looking for work. So we ran a study that is longitudinal, that, you know, the cost of looking for work, the last time we looked at it, it was at around 1,600, and that is way even beyond the SRD grant. So we did look into that. And then on the NYDA, we know that the NYDA has the National Youth Service, and we were trying to be in talks with them to look into how our research and some of the work we've been doing with young people on the ground can inform the expanded, you know, new version of the National Youth Service.
Thank you to you. I'm always just inspired to hear from young people, and I appreciate you taking the time to present, especially as a median age of the continent is progressively getting younger. I think the questions you raised about how do we move youth into employment spaces is fundamental to the future threats of not only the continent of Africa, but what South Africa looks like. So thank you for taking the time to do so. I appreciate that. I nearly said Birimaru, but that's a different conversation.
Okay. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity, and to the Honorable.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you. We'll move on to the next presentation, which will be given by Healthy Living Alliance. If you can intro, and then we can go from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Simphiwe Masilo from the Healthy Living Alliance, and I genuinely do appreciate the time that has been given to us to present today. Can you go to the next slide, please? Next slide, please. Thank you. The Healthy Living Alliance is an organization that fights for food justice in South Africa. And with that being said, we are heavily disappointed with the budget as it's been presented, with an increase of 0.5 VAT. However, there has not been an increase in the health promotion levy. This to us indicates that Treasury continues to prioritize industry and profits over the health and well-being of South Africans. Next slide, please. Thank you. The health promotion levy is essentially a levy on the consumption that aims to reduce the sugar consumption and curb obesity-related diseases in South Africa. The health promotion levy was implemented in 2018 and was meant to be increased in 2022 and then again on the 1st of April in 2025. However, none of this has happened. From what has happened in 2018, the health promotion levy has generated 13 billion rand in revenue for public health and proven to reduce sugary drinks consumptions, especially in vulnerable communities. In 2018, type 2 diabetes cost South Africa's healthcare system an estimated 21.8 billion rand. However, Treasury, once again, has refused to increase the health promotion levy to 20%, which has weakened its impact, and inflation has eroded the tax from 11% in 2018 to just 8% in 2025. That's indicating a decrease in the HPL, furthermore showing how this has weakened its impact on the healthcare system in South Africa. Next slide, please. South Africa has a crisis. We have a non-communicable disease crisis, and the statistics are scary, with 4.4 million plus people in South Africa living with diabetes. 1 in 3 women, 1 in 5 men, and 1 in 8 children are overweight or obese. Diabetes is now the leading cause of death in South Africa and could cost the country 35.1 billion rand by 2030 if we do not strengthen our implementation of policies such as the health promotion levy. Next slide, please. What National Treasury has presented to us is a budget that is exceptionally anti-poor. And I don't think I'm the only organization or person here who has already mentioned this. With rising poverty and malnutrition, and over 50% of South Africans faced by food insecurity, 1 in 4 children are stunted and 1 in 8 children are overweight or obese. The lack of increase in the health promotion levy further ensures that this state is one that we not only stay in, but continue to go deeper and further in as South Africa. The impacts on critical programs such as the school nutrition program, which feeds 9.6 million children but lacks expansion, as well as supports to ECD centers, could be supported by an increase in the health promotion levy. The health promotion levy revenue could help expand the national schools nutrition program, ensuring that more children receive nutritious meals at school, thus asking us the question of why Treasury isn't using the health promotion levy to support the fight against child hunger. 2.8 million children experience hunger weekly in South Africa in 2021 alone, and these stats continue to grow year in and year out. Next slide, please. Furthermore, while National Treasury believes that it's assisting its people by increasing the social grants, by increasing the social grants with the child support increased by 30 rand, foster care increased by 70 rand, and old age disability increased by 130 rand. The increase in VAT makes the increase in social grants ineffective. A better alternative, as presented by the Healthy Living Alliance, is an increase in the health promotion levy to fund poverty alleviation and universal basic income grants. Government needs to prioritize health and well-being over regressive taxation. Next slide, please. The Healthy Living Alliance doesn't just push the health promotion levy because it's fun, but we're pushing it because it has shown that it actually does help not only the citizens, but also the government. Studies show that the HPL has decreased sugar intake amongst adults by 31%, 37% decreased drops in sugary drinks consumption in young adults, and no significant job losses has actually been indicated, as we've been led to believe by industry scaremongering. If the HPL were raised to 20% and included 100% fruit juice, 156,640 diabetes cases and 10,800 deaths could be prevented. 7.5 billion rand in healthcare services could be saved, and the HPL would be then once again saving not only the lives of South Africans but also the government. Next slide, please. The Healthy Living Alliance demands to National Treasury that the health promotion levy be increased to at least 20%, to implement an annual inflation linked to adjustments, and to expand the health promotion levy to include 100% fruit juices, and also, more importantly, for Treasury to prioritize people's health over industry profits. Next slide, please. Our call to action to not just the government, but to every single member that's in this session right now is to join the movement. As a Healthy Living Alliance, we refuse to remain silent while people in South Africa are dying of diseases that could be prevented if the government actually puts in the right measures, such as raising the health promotion levy so that we can save the lives of South Africans. We need policy decisions that protect people and not the corporations. And thus we ask Parliament to act now. Next slide, please. An increase in the health promotion levy, including inflation increase expanding it to 100%, fruit juice would help generate more than 26 billion rand in revenue and reduce healthcare expenditure once again by 7.5 billion rand over the next 20 years, and save on type 2 diabetes related costs by 35.1 billion by 2030. Revenue generated and savings from healthcare costs would amount to more than 60 billion rand over the next 20 years, which would enable Treasury to invest more in poverty alleviation measures, such as expanding on the National Schools Nutrition Program, increasing social grants, and implementing basic income grant. Last slide, please. The health promotion levy would help policy and decision makers actually put people at the forefront. And here we have two examples of what looks like when people are affected with diabetes. And this will only increase the more that we choose to ignore the effectiveness of implementing the health promotion levy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that in mind, may I ask if there are any members who, let me thank you for your presentation and thank you for your submission. Certainly, there's a lot that we've got to think through here. Honorable Bateman, Honorable Douglas, Honorable Galega Mazibuko. Let me start with Honorable Galega Mazibuko and then Bateman and then Douglas. So Honorable Galega Mazibuko.
Thank you, Chair, for the notion of ladies first. Chair, let me thank the submission by Simpiwe. And I do agree with her in terms of preventative measures that health promotion assist in preventing the diseases than curing, because curing is more expensive and more hectic. For example, the health facilities are full. They can't even accommodate the number of people who suffer from quadruple burden of disease. The non-communicable diseases you're talking about, you know, it's quadruple burden of disease and diseases that are caused by lifestyle in particular. And I agree with you that yes, health promotion has to be enhanced. But my question on the levy, as you say that there's a lack of increase on the health promotion levy. You know, if you are a household, you would spend on things where you really see the results, not the results being on the documents or documentation, but the impact. I think any government would like to spend on where there is an impact and there's a reduction of these diseases in this case. So what is the return on investment if, as a committee, we were to advocate for the increase on the health promotion levy? What would be the return on this kind of investment that you can guarantee this committee as a specialist? which includes the child hunger, for example. And then on the VAT increase, I know that even myself and everybody else is against the VAT increase. How would you advise government to get money from? Because all these things are money, the grants, somebody has to pay for the grants. And everything else that is for free, somebody has to pay for those things, which is government. So where would you advise government to generate money to comply or to support all these good programs you have spoken about, which includes everything that is for free? Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Bateman.
Thanks, Chair. I want to just thank the presenter for a very good presentation. And I think, we're all agreed that we want a South Africa that is more healthy. If there are ways that we can raise tax revenue, that's obviously funding important programs. That's sorry, Chair, there's a bit of background noise there I'm struggling with.
Can I ask the presenter, it is your microphone that is on, if you could please just mute yourself. Thank you.
So I think, broadly speaking, I think what I'm saying is in terms of our objectives and our values, I think there's a lot of alignment. And I think on this issue, though, in the one thing that for me that was lacking a little bit in the presentation was an engagement with the alternative perspectives in a little bit more detail. And the reason why I say that, we put out a statement last year, we being the DA, where we stated there's a lack of evidence that the tax has achieved its objectives of reducing diabetes and obesity rates. But that's not what it says in the slides today, which said the opposite. We also highlighted how it harms the competitiveness of the industry, small scale and commercial sugar farms, decreases job security for agricultural workers, effects felt most severely in rural communities where jobs are scarce. And the studies have shown more than 16,000 sugar industry jobs lost and a cumulative reduction of 2 billion in GDP. Now, maybe that's wrong. Maybe the evidence actually points the other way. But I think what I'm struggling with here is that I'm hearing different perspectives put on, and it's not really about the values or the principles. It's more about the facts. What are the facts? What impact is this having? And do you have further engagement with some of these counter arguments that you can present so that we can get closer to the bottom of this? Thanks very much.
Honorable Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank Simpiwe and our organization for a good presentation and for the work that you're doing towards what I think is one of the most important areas that we need to focus on as a country, because indeed diabetes is a crisis. And it's killing a lot of our people, and poverty is directly linked to obesity. And so we need to do something about food security. So I'd like to find out if you can do an additional supplementary input around the health promotion levy, its impacts. I know you spoke about supporting the 20% increase, but I think that again, I believe that we need to speak to the needs of the people, not the current fiscal policy, which is an anti-poor budget. So we don't speak to what this current government's priorities. We need to speak to what the actual need of our people is on the ground. And I'd like to give you to give me some more input on that, especially around the 2.8 million hungry kids that are out there. These are our children. They can't be hungry and starving and growing in hunger. We've got oil off the coast of the Western Cape that we need to explore. There's no hunger in the UAE, in the Middle East, where there's oil. They have refineries and they feed their people. So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask them if they can please give us some more information around the impact of the health promotion levy, how that would impact the future health, also in terms of nutrition, exercise, and then what we can do as a appropriations committee to better the health of our people. So because when you don't do that, then you're going to spend more on sickness, you're going to spend more on people being sick and ill in the hospital system, and then you still can't even do that properly with this current budget because austerity measures and other stupid stuff put in place by the IMF and so forth. So Mr. Chair, we need to make sure that we support organizations like Simpiwe and the work they're doing, and there needs to be some way that we reflect that in the appropriations budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Simpiwe. And I think there's a lot of work that there's a broader conversation about the impact on jobs, the impact on sugar, and the taxes linked to it. I guess are more equally so. I see your proposal here about increasing it to 20%. I'd be fascinated to ask the question whether you think there are other, for example, how we deal with food insecurity and as a funding thereof, if you've got any suggestion thereafter, because the cumulative effect around diabetes doesn't just narrow itself just to increase sugar intake. There may be other variables that go into that issue. I won't go too much into those, but I think it's important that we have a fuller conversation in this regard, because I certainly think that your proposal has profound merit. So let me allow you to respond. If you can be brief, we are running out of time.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. I'd like to start off by just making it clear that I'm not an expert on tax or VAT. However, I can say that the health promotion levy is an effective tool. It's a low-hanging tool that we can use to try and assist government in producing revenue, especially towards the healthcare system. It has been shown in places like Langa that it is effective in low-income communities. We currently have made billions in revenues from the HPL when it was first implemented in 2018, and we continue to lose billions because it has not been increased over the years. Then responding to the question of the research done, there is research done by Priceless that shows that it is an effective tool that is used to not only decrease diabetes, but also increase revenue in the country. A 2021 modeling study shows a long-term reduction in obesity and type 2 diabetes, easing pressure on the health system of South Africa. The economic burdens of non-communicable diseases is immense. Reduced diseases saves the state billions in healthcare and productivity costs. That's our proposal for an increase in the health promotion levy. The opportunity is ring-fencing part of the HPL revenue for programs like the National Strategic Plan, like the National Schools Nutrition Program, and would deliver triple wins, which would improve child health and learning outcomes, support for local agriculture and food systems, public trust in fiscal accountability. Then in terms of reference support, Andrew, unfortunately, you are incorrect. So multiple peer-reviewed studies, such as the one I've mentioned by Priceless, confirm that the HPL has no negative impact on employment and in the sugar sector. This is not a tax on sugar. It's a tax on sugary drinks with an inclusion of 100% fruit juices. The Priceless study could refer to the Priceless SA analysis, which modeled cost savings to the health system through reduced NCDs over 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation and very well noted, and I appreciate your responses in this regard. Thank you very much. We will then move on to the next presentation, which, if I'm not mistaken, sorry, I just want to make sure I've got the order as per the agenda. Darren, can you remind me who's next on the agenda, please, if you wouldn't mind?
Disability Revolution, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. So if I can hand over to them, I had my agenda in front of me here. So if the Disability Revolution can then proceed in that regard, I would much appreciate it. Thank you. Your 10 minutes starts now. Is the presenter from the Disability Revolution on the platform? Darren, can you check one last time if the presenter is on here? I mean, we've got the presentation, so we can take it from there.
Chairperson, there are two members of the Disability Revolution on the platform. I don't know why they are keeping quiet.
Okay, I'm going to suggest that we move. I will revert back to them. They can indicate when they are available. Let me move on in this regard.
Sorry, Chair, can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Sorry, we've been looking for you.
Okay, apologies. I have a slight problem. My name is Nonsa Samteza. I'm from Disability Revolution. I'm going to introduce the organization, and then my comrade is going to proceed with the presentation. Yeah? So, can you please move to the next slide? We are Disability Revolution. Yeah, this one. We are Disability Revolution, an organization of people that are living with disabilities in the Khayelitsha, Klipfontein, and Tygerberg Health District of Cape Town. Our organization was established during 2023, and many of our members are involved with other organizations of people that are living with disabilities in their communities. So Disability Revolution is our name because we want to achieve a revolution in thought and practice, in government, business, society, and family. That places people are living with disabilities along with their elderly, women and children at the center of the struggle for justice, equality, and freedom for all. Next slide, please. We have been active, but we have been ignored. We made submissions to the City of Cape Town, engaged with the Provincial Department of Health and Social Development, and wrote to all the three spheres of government, including the National Treasury, requesting the urgent intervention into the various programs affecting people with disabilities. We have not received a response from the department. We have also tried to contact Minister of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, but they also ignored us. So, however, this meeting has been done through Zoom, but we feel that some of our comrades in the communities, because we are working with people that are living in the communities, people that cannot afford internet or cannot access internet in some areas. So we think it's a barrier for them to access this kind of a meeting. So I could ask you for future plans to at least think of the people that are going to get some barriers regarding the meetings like this. Thank you. I'm going to give to my comrades.
Good morning, a good day to all organizations and stakeholders here today, and a good day to the members of the Appropriations Committee. Again, my name is Owetu, a representative of Disability Revolution, as well as #Unite Behind. I would like to take over from my comrade Unonzasa by premising that our submission today is going to cover transport, social grants, and health, areas that also often negatively intersect for people living with disabilities, hindering their ability to exercise the fullness of their human rights. So first things first is that in 2024-2025 financial year, the budget allocation for transport was approximately 80 billion rand. And yet people living with disabilities struggle to access public transport. The train, being the most affordable option, is largely inaccessible in terms of infrastructure or for its notorious unreliability. Golden Arrow buses, the virtue of their makeup is for the most part inaccessible. Dial-a-ride, likely the city's most major consideration of transport for people living with disabilities, remains operationally ineffective and inaccessible due to bus unavailability, oversubscription, and perpetual waiting lists that don't get shorter. All of these transport barriers create an environment where people living with disabilities struggle to access schools, medicines, grants, and groceries. Therefore, we request for dedicated funds to be allocated within the transport budget for the 2025-2026 year to ensure that people living with disabilities have access to reliable, affordable, safe, and accessible public transport. A step further is that it be stipulated at a local, provincial, and national level. If we could go to the next slide, please. This is an account of one of our Disability Revolution members, Otandwaya Rangula. Next slide, please. As well as Ukanyo Manchi. But just for the sake of time, to summarize, these two accounts, which have been included in our written submissions, demonstrate how the present state of public transport creates undignified experiences for those living with disabilities. Therefore, our involvement and petitions for an equitable and rational allocation of funds to universal access is centered and needs to center around addressing these indignities. Such demands includes the enforcement of conditional grants for public transport upgrades. So this is ensuring that universal accessibility is built onto any new transport developments or upgrades. So as our dear President, Cyril Ramaphosa, stated at the Transport Summit on Universal Accessibility in 2024, next slide, pardon me, it should be on me, yes, that the Public Transport Network Grant is one of the mechanisms being used to promote the implementation of universal design and universal access. And just for context, universal access is the idea that everyone, regardless of their abilities or limitations, can access and use the same services, products, and environments. Next slide, please. Active participatory governance. Again, we just want to re-emphasize the importance of our public participation. By our, I mean people living with disabilities. Our participation in laws, policies, programs, and the budget regarding the realization of our human rights. The disability grant, next slide. Onto the second point of our submission is on social grants. The disability grant has lost its value in the last 5 years. The grant's growth has slightly lagged behind inflation over the past 5 years, suggesting that in real terms, the purchasing power of the disability grant has marginally decreased over the last 5 years. And if it follows the same trajectory, it will continue to do so, especially now with the rise of VAT. This is particularly worrisome considering many people living with disabilities are unemployed and are dependent on it to meet their most basic needs, including food, basic healthcare, appropriate assistive devices, and social services. So we implore the government that should there be any further cuts to the national or provincial or local budget due to constraints on the fiscus, it is your duty to protect people living with disabilities, the elderly, and all children from such cuts. If we go to the next slide, please. Yes, this was the budget cut slide, and then we can go on to the next one. Thank you. On the issue of health, our cries are as follows. We are unable to access hospitals and clinics easily. We wait in lines for a long time and are not treated as priorities. Healthcare workers are not equipped to treat or assist us. And though we receive medications and nappies, we do not receive them in bulk or in high enough quantities rather. Meaning we have to make frequent trips to clinics and hospitals, and as we have already pointed out in our comments on transport, are often difficult and often incur additional costs to us as people who are barely surviving on social grants. Next slide, please. With that in mind, we request adequate provision of nappies at all clinics in the country, the training of health service workers on how to treat us, and to be honest, a little sensitivity training wouldn't hurt either. We request for deliveries of medicines, frequent mobile clinic visits, and the general improvement in the quality of healthcare facilities. In this, all this in an effort to ensure that persons with disabilities have a more dignified experience when accessing healthcare. Our final demand, which I suppose encompasses all the above, is for an audit of spending. Next slide, pardon me, before I get to that point. Yes, is an audit of spending on people living with disabilities at a national, provincial, and a local level across all departments. You know, one might say a time of state introspection, if you might. Next slide. To finish off, as many of our comrades stated this morning, there's a sense of being ignored or feeling ignored by the government. President Cyril Ramaphosa said in the state that it is the state's responsibility to focus on empowering Black people, women, persons living with disabilities. He also spoke of the need for a national dialogue where everyone has a voice. We have not been consulted about our experiences and needs in the transport, health, and education system. And so participating, or the opportunity to participate in the division of revenue process, is such for our voices to be heard. We further avail ourselves to any organ of state. Next slide, pardon me. The next slide, please.
I'm conscious of time.
Yes.
So if
This
you
is
could
the final.
conclude.
This is essentially our second last slide, Chair. We further would like to avail ourselves to any organ of the state in all spheres of government to consult and participate in ending all matters that affect us. As working class people living with disabilities and active members of the public, we are exercising our constitutional right to intervene and assist the state to improve the lives of people living with disabilities. And that should be the end. Thank you for this opportunity. Yeah.
No, and let me highlight to your earlier input about how we can broaden inclusion and ultimately inputs from various structures. Of course, we did have a physical just
Mr. J, I think we lost you.
Okay, I apologize. If you can hear me, can you hear me, Honorable Douglas?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yes, Chair, we can hear you now.
Okay, I apologize about that. I was just reaffirming to the previous presenters that it is the objective of the committee to make sure that we can try and do as much physical public hearing as possible. We've started in Limpopo, and naturally you can't do all 9 provinces up front, but we'll certainly be roving around the country to try and improve accessibility. And we also think that the use of online sessions, whilst maybe discriminatory to people without data, at least also helps democratize access, because it allows other provinces who can't get to a physical place of hearing of the public hearings to be able to make submissions. So it is in that spirit that we are trying our best to make sure that public consultation is meaningful, purposeful, but also inclusive. So I just wanted to respond to that point. Honorable Douglas, let me recognize you in terms of your question. I don't know if there are any other members who want to put questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me begin by thanking Nonsasa from Disability Revolution. Once again, it's with a great sense of admiration that we as MPs look at people like you and your commitment to your community and say thank you on behalf of ourselves and your committee. I just want to say, in terms of the physically challenged, this budget is in 2 words encapsulated to me. It's uncaring and heartless towards physically challenged people. And, hearing about nappy runs for babies and then them having to be, living in filth and that kind of stuff because of these kind of issues, it really, really is very... It's something that I'm not very happy with. If you look at the public transport accessibility. There's such failures. I mean, given that the national transport budget for 2025-24 was approximately 80 billion, there's no funds being specifically ring-fenced to ensure universal access for persons with disabilities, as mandated by the President's Universal Accessibility Directive in 2024. So, there's directives and then there's no implementation. So I want to ask Disability Revolution to give us some more inputs around the real world impact and give us some supplementary inputs also about underfunding and devaluation of the disability grants, because I mean, what is the justification for continued stagnation of the disability grant, which has lost significant real value over the last 5 years? Well, no departmental budgets explicitly address rising living and healthcare costs specific to persons with disabilities. So we really need to look at, we can't go on how things were 5 years ago. We can't look at these issues and the submissions and not make adjustments to our appropriations. So, Mr. Chair, this is something that's close to my heart. As a pastor at Hillsong Church, we built a dormitory at the Tembeletu School for the physically challenged in Guguletu because the buses had broken down, and these children physically challenged have to stand in winter at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning outside in the cold and in the rain, waiting for buses that take hours and hours to get there. And, it is terrible that what we're doing to our physically challenged kids and our physically challenged people. They get left in the shacks there because there's no wheelchairs to get them out from amongst the shacks. And, we had the wheelchair mission, which I was a part of, and giving out these wheelchairs with BMX tires, etc. But again, those are private initiatives. Where's the government appropriations for these kind of things and creating the access to the infrastructure and the economy that these people need? They need to be able to access the Ria Vias and the MyCities and the trains and the planes, but they can't. It's a hindrance to their participation in the economy, Mr. Chair. So, we're looking at service denial at clinics and hospitals and an inability of them to get there. We need much more, Mr. Chair. And I think that we need to maybe ask them if they can give us more clarity on what would be the need, the total need, if we can start addressing all of these matters. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bateman.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you very much to the presenter, and well done for coming here and doing this this excellent submission, and just for highlighting these things. I think the question for me is there's the budget questions here, but there are also legal questions to do with human rights and to do with laws and regulations affecting things like transport and healthcare, and how our facilities are oriented towards meeting the needs of people with disabilities and upholding the right to dignity and so on. And I think, I suppose my question is, to what extent have you explored the legal aspect from the point of view of human rights violations and legislative violations? And is there an opportunity here for some court actions against some bodies of state or parastatals that are not actually fulfilling legal obligations? Or is there actually a gap in the laws that needs to be addressed? Because, I mean, these are serious matters that you're raising, and it's not just a case of there's not budget for it. There also needs to sometimes be a little bit of legal pressure that's applied to make sure that your rights are upheld. So I would just like some orientation. It's a new area for me. I haven't been exposed particularly to this, but these are the questions that are coming to mind, and I appreciate your inputs on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bateman. Can I ask Honorable Mkhonto?
Thanks, Chair. We welcome the presentation. Chair, my question will be based on the research that Disability Revolution has done on the part of inclusivity. As you have said, Chair, that if they can broaden their representation, that will assist us a lot. Because in the case of public transport, in the rural areas and small towns, public transport is privately owned. And the dominating means of public transport is not even subsidized by government. If they can advise us, look at those things, go do a research and advise us as to exactly how can government come in and be able to effect the conditional grant on public transport upgrade in as far as those areas are concerned. Because in a city like Cape Town, it's easy. There is city-owned public transport, Joburg, and other cities. But then we are having a very diverse public transport system in South Africa. And how can the budget be able, the national budget be able to intervene in every corner of South Africa in as far as the public transport for people living with disabilities is concerned? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. May I ask the presenters to respond to the questions? And then I'm very conscious of time, and we've still got 3 more presentations to go. So as soon as your responses are done, I want to propose a way that, particularly even for honorable members, we must keep our questions brief. I'm going to figure out a different way so that we can get through presentations much more effectively. Let me allow the previous presentations just to respond.
Hello, hi. Yes, thank you so much for the questions posed by the members. For this moment and being cognizant of time, for 2 of the questions, we will write a written response, particularly of interest in terms of the rural areas and how we can assist and broaden and do some research in that part. But to end off with a sort of summarizing answer to a question on how we can assist people living with disabilities and how the government can participate in this process, my comrade Adam is going to further elaborate.
Hello, everyone. So where we think government can assist us is on the matter of the Protection and Promotions of Persons with Disabilities Bill. So I'm not sure if any of the honorable members here are aware of this bill, but the South African government initially agreed to adopt and domesticate this bill in 2007. It comes from I think a charter, you would call this, from the United Nations, but still 18 years later, it has not been domesticated into South African law. It basically is what we need as people living with disabilities, because it addresses issues of reasonable accommodation, universal access, as well as stipulations within every department and in every sphere and branch of government as to how we can make the lives of people with disabilities more equal. So with the legal question that Mr. Bateman had asked, so if you want to take legal action, yes, you can use PAPUDA or the Equality Act, but it is very difficult to access the Equality Court, especially if you're a person with disability that lives in a rural area or informal settlement. And PAPUDA in itself is more of a reactionary piece of legislation, whereas the disability bill, we believe, is more proactive in terms of ameliorating the immediate conditions of people living with disabilities. We don't think the bill is perfect as it stands. We have some comments on it, and we will be commenting on the bill at the end of April. But we do wish that you members of parliament do have a read of the bill, and we strongly encourage you to be in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and to the Disability Alliance. I honestly appreciate that. Honorable members, I want to ask if we can perhaps maybe take the next three presentations, that's the DA, the IRR, and also TB accountability together, and then we can cluster the questions towards the end. It will mean that the presenters will have to stay through, and then we'll cluster the questions collectively. We've done that before in the past when we've had presentations early in the morning, so it's not an abnormal process. But I just thought it'd be of great interest for us just to cluster them together so that we can take the questions. Honorable Douglas, you seem to have a different process.
No, I just want to propose and second that process. It will be much more efficient. Thank you.
No, I appreciate that. Honorable Cuthbert from the DA, I will hand over to you now, and you can make your submissions knowing that your 10 minutes starts now.
Thanks very much, Honorable Maimane. I just want to confirm that the update presentation is the one that Mr. has. It was mailed to him this morning. I did try and contact him, but I wasn't able to receive a response.
Darren, can we check if the presentation? I certainly don't have it. So members had to, obviously the submission was done this morning. Darren, have you got it?
Chair, yes, I do have it. I'm trying to open it, but for some reason the Zahila presentation is coming up, is showing.
Chair, not to delay your meeting, because I understand you guys are under time pressure. Is it possible that I can share my side?
Sheila, can you please make Mr. Cuthbert a co-host? Thank you.
Yes, I'll do that.
Okay.
I'll share the chair. Give me a second, please.
Right.
Okay.
Are we winning?
Yeah, I'm just opening it up on my side, Chair.
Sure.
Can you see?
No.
All participants. There we go. Share screen. Give me a second. Able to see now, Chairperson?
We can only see your desktop.
Can only see my desktop, but I've opened up the presentation on my desktop. I'm moving the presentation now.
Okay, if you put it onto full screen, there you go. If we can then go from there, I will reset your time accordingly. Yeah, now it's on being presented. You can go. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Honorable Maimane, and thank you to the colleagues for the opportunity to present. Similarly, last week we presented to the Standing Committee on Finance, where we thought that there were a number of spending efficiency gains that could be derived out of the existing fiscal framework, as well as the ensuing budgetary legislation that will come before the respective committees, such as DORA. Just to set the scene for what our position is on this particular budget, we obviously strongly opposed any VAT increases, and this is obviously reflected in our vote against the fiscal framework this past week. We believe that any VAT increase would disproportionately burden low and middle income South Africans who believe already grappling with a severe cost of living crisis. We think that raising VAT further would erode household purchasing power, slow economic growth, and ultimately exacerbate poverty. We believe that instead of resorting to tax hikes, the focus should be on reducing wasteful and unnecessary government expenditure, and there needs to be a shift toward implementing a pro-growth economic policy suite that will drive investment and job creation. Some of the proposed measures, and I've included just for the benefit of the committee, the initial table which we presented to the Standing Committee on Finance, and which is in more detail in our written report, which we have provided to the committee for their perusal. But ultimately, in this particular presentation, we focus on the division of revenue to provinces in particular, and this is based on previous historical records of wasteful expenditure, as well as including conditional grants as reported on by the Auditor General's Office. And the second method which we have used here is amending the equitable share allocations made to municipalities, which has been done in a tiered manner based on their audit opinion outcomes as reported by the Auditor General's Office. And I will take the committee through the calculation and the amendments to the equitable share formula, which we are proposing for Treasury and the committee's consideration, which we believe will realize the constitutional imperatives, which I will set out later on in this presentation. In a more general sense, and some of the underlying, general principles we believe need to be followed in order to ensure long-term economic stability and growth is, number one, increasing revenue without raising taxes. At the moment, we find ourselves in a position where our annualized growth can't even keep up with annual population growth, and that obviously means that GDP per capita and tax revenue declines over time, and this is something that we believe needs to be addressed as a root cause. Also looking at comprehensive spending reviews, first of 3 months and then of 9 months, to identify wasteful and failing programs within government departments. It does not help that we throw good money after bad and expect that we are going to be able to get a different result. And then looking at facilitating pro-market measures for economic growth and job creation. And this, I think, has been set out in technicolor detail by our party over the last few weeks as to what it is we think needs to be done to grow the economy and to be able to create jobs. And then lastly, providing and securing property rights to the domestic and international community, considering how important this is in the context of us wanting to expand our market access to other markets, as well as getting international and domestic investors to plow their hard-earned funds into the South African economy. So this is just a broad overview of some of the spending efficiency gains which we have found in the national votes across ranging from cooperative governance, national treasury, higher education, health, women, youth, and persons with disabilities, defense, employment, and labor. And this is a continuation of that. And ultimately what we did is we said, we understand that you can't simply take a red pen and cancel a number of these programs from the offset. And there's going to be a requirement that the operation is downscaled over time. However, this obviously requires the necessary political will and the necessary policy trade-offs in order to be able to achieve this. And this is the approach that we took with a number of these budget votes. And we believe that these spending efficiency gains amount to roughly 27.7 billion rand. And this is obviously put in detail in annexures in the documentation which is being provided to the committee. Because I think it's one thing coming here to say we need to do more of this, but how are we actually going to work within a realistic framework to try and make sure that we don't have to impose further tax on South Africans and we'll. So when it comes to the provinces and the municipalities in particular, I think everyone is well aware of the municipal financial challenges that we face. The latest report available is 22-23 in terms of municipal finance compliance, and we found that only 34 out of 257 municipalities received clean audits. We know that there's significant waste and inefficiency on the national fiscus as a result of this. And ultimately, if our municipalities and our provinces do not have the capacity to spend the money, then we are simply giving them money to go and burn in a pit. And ultimately, we need to be responsible stewards of public finances and ensure that we get maximum value for the money we allocate and the money that we spend. Furthermore, there's a constitutional mandate in section 214(2)(e) of the Constitution that states that an act of Parliament providing an equitable division of revenue in DORA must inter alia take into account the fiscal capacity and efficiency of the provinces and the municipalities. And unfortunately, the existing equitable share formula will not take this into account. And this is why we thought it was crucial to amend the equitable share formulation so that we could find a measure of measuring fiscal performance as well as efficiency. Because ultimately, if that money is going to be allocated or appropriated to a particular department, they need to be able to spend it well, and ultimately there needs to be an impact on the ground. So some of the specific amendments which we proposed to the equitable share in the context of provinces was looking at AG reports on fruitless and wasteful expenditure per province. as well as underspending as reported in Treasury reviews. Also, what we took into consideration is that if waste exceeds 1% or underspending exceeds 5%, that excess amount is then reabsorbed into the Treasury for reallocation and reprioritization elsewhere. In the context of municipalities, the Auditor General, of course, provides an annual audit rating for each of the municipalities. And we believe that by introducing the new variable into the equitable share formula, we would finally be able to test fiscal capacity and efficiency, which we think is crucial. So ultimately, if a municipality is given X amount of money, but it is clear from their audit opinion and their financial performance that they are not able to spend that money efficiently, not able to account for it, and don't have the necessary internal management controls, then we believe that there needs to be a punitive measure put in place so that they do have so that they work on their capacity in order to receive their full budget allocation. And we basically started with a floor of 0.6 and worked our way up to one of those who clean audits. And we estimate that about 28 billion rand could be generated for 25-26, which would supplement the national reserves and ultimately strengthen our position of fiscal sustainability. This is just an overview of the spending efficiency gains which we found across the provinces. And obviously, provinces who manage their finances appropriately, likewise for municipalities, would get their full budget allocation back. But it doesn't help saying that we have a local government funding crisis, but we then sit in a situation where we've got municipal managers who are not appropriately qualified, who don't ensure that the necessary financial controls in place, and ultimately lead to critical service delivery failure. As mentioned by our colleagues from COSATU earlier on today, is we have a number of individuals in these positions who have simply not been able to get out of the process of recurring administration. And this is why we believe it's important for us to change the equitable share formula. So this just gives you an overview of that. This then further breaks down what the calculations are, because I think it's important for us to be able to show the math behind our thinking. And ultimately, as explained earlier on, an example would be Gauteng wasted 1.92% of their budget. Therefore, in the 25-26 equitable share, it would be reduced by 1.92%. They've then shown that they are unable and ineffective at spending that money. And therefore, we believe that that must be appropriately reflected in the allocation that they receive through equitable share. And then on the under expenditure adjustment side, we then looked at where under expenditure exceeds 5%, and that was then calculated as well as a measure of equitable share. And this did not take into account conditional grants, which already had a number of terms associated with them. These were just national transfers from the fiscus to the various provinces. And we thought that if there was once again not the necessary project management in place to roll out capital expenditure and projects to be delivered to communities, ultimately there needed to be a equalizing factor, which really made sure that municipalities were held, that provinces were held accountable for the monies that they were allocated. And then this just goes on to explain exactly the local government equitable share formula, which we want to introduce to try and help realize Section 214(2)(e) of the Constitution, and basically just speaks to the insertion of the new variable according to a given municipality's audit outcome. And we believe that this would be an effective way to be able to handle appropriations in not only a scientifically sound way, but in one that actually engenders good governance, allows us to get bang for buck, and ultimately contribute towards growth enhancing measures that can be budgeted for. That's me, Honourable Maimane. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honourable Cuthbert. Let me appreciate that. And let's move on to the next presentation by the IRR. Sorry, my apologies, TB Accountability Monitor. Is the team from the TB Accountability Monitor on here?
Yes, they've been given hosting rights, co-hosting rights.
Darren, can I ask you to make sure that the presentations that have only been received now, if they can be sent to all the members respectively, please? And in the meantime, the member from the IRR, if you could make sure that that presentation is being sent to the Secretariat so that they can flight it on your behalf when your turn comes. Please introduce yourself, and then you've got 10 minutes. You can go from here. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon and greetings to the honourable members. My name is Sihle Mahonga. I'm part of the TB Accountability Consortium. TBAC, as its acronym, is a growing platform established to improve accountability around the TB response. And it consists of advocates, activists and researchers and other civil society actors with the primary outcome of improved performance in the South African National TB Programme Strategic Plan 2023-2028. Next slide, please. So to just give some context as to, what is our initial response around, the budget that has been tabled, is that we welcome the budget proposals with the above inflation increases to the health component of the provincial equitable share, as well as increases to the allocation in the National Department of Health. But as TBAC, we do note with concern allocations to health that have gone down despite increases in the cost of health and other factors. We are also noting annual shortfalls of excess of 22 billion rand, and this is limiting the resourcing of health to service debt. And so, although funding around the external funding that was through the US funding mechanisms was accounting for around 17% of the health budget, the withdrawal of overseas development assistance resulted in the loss of 15,000 frontline staff members and a further 9,000 technical staff, including staff at a successful central chronic medicines and dispensing distribution program. And to put this into context, up to 70% of a facility's daily prescription workload consists of preparing repeat prescriptions. That's kind of where that comes from. And so we are disappointed that the allocations to the District Health Program Conditional Grant have not included a 6 to 8 billion rand contribution to fill this gap created by the withdrawn US aid investments. And so we note up until this point that no action from government has been given around the decision around dealing with this funding gap. Next slide. So the table as well as the pie charts just give a contextual clarity as to why the cuts from US government investments need a response from government. The total budget allocation is around 448 million US dollars. And in rand terms at site level, this is an additional 8% contribution to the total national health budget. 62% allocated to on-site activities. And why this is important is that this is work being done at hospitals and clinics. So we're having, capacity being removed at site level. High burden provinces receive the following allocations. And so these are the three main ones that we have identified. And why these provinces are identified is that they are the ones with the highest TB burden and the ones TBAC have been working within and seeking improved program efforts in ending TB. Next slide. This just gives a much more contextual or deeper elements in terms of the human resource capacity. 24,000 personnel are now out of the system, and that gave HIV and TB services on a daily basis. And this is a reduction in the capacity of healthcare provisioning. Next slide. So the state of tuberculosis in South Africa. TB remains the leading cause of death in South Africa with an estimated 56,000 deaths annually. It has returned as the world's leading infectious disease, and the World Health Organization places an estimated 270,000 people contracted with TB in SA in 2023. Now, HIV/AIDS remains a significant contributor to TB mortality with an estimated 57% of deaths diagnosed in hospitals, which is often way too late. SA at the moment has 10 years to meet the WHO's end TB targets. And in line with our advocacy response, we release an annual State of TB report. And each report speaks to a relevant issue of importance in seeking the success in ending TB. This year's one is being around the newly launched End TB campaign, which was released on World TB Day by the National Department of Health. There are about 65,000 people who are termed missing or are not being put on treatment. They know that they have TB, but are not on treatment. And if we can reduce this number, we can reduce the TB burden. Next slide. So the ambitious NTB campaign is that over the last 10 years, excuse me, the National TB Program has halved TB incidents and increased TB case finding and reduced deaths. But this isn't enough. Our TB program has launched the NTB campaign, which aims to test at least 5 million people within the 2025-2026 period. And this is a sister campaign to the HIV/AIDS Close the Gap campaign, as we understand that 54% of those with TB are also co-infected with HIV/AIDS. It involves diagnosing 250,000 new cases, and this is expected to lead a projected 29% reduction in TB incidences and a mortality reduction of 41% by 2035. So to achieve this NTB targets, we need to accelerate case finding and testing requires money. And while this task is obviously monumental, it is not impossible. And the TB Accountability Consortium is working with the National Department of Health in this campaign by improving oversight, but it does require strengthened provincial efforts. If we as civil society have access to the testing performance data, we will then be able to track the process towards the goal. Next slide. But with this goal, there are obviously risks in implementing this campaign. And so provinces are responsible for the implementation of the national health policies, which include the implementation of the National TB Program strategy. The high debt and wage bill may mean decreased allocation to TB services, which places lives in danger. And while the additional allocations to fund sector wage increases, allowance for employment of 800 healthcare professionals, our concern remains that not enough money will be allocated to meet the funding needs to actually implement this NTB campaign. Next slide. And so in terms of our recommendations, which are actually part of our State of TB report, in navigating these factors, we are recommending mitigating the impact of the USA funding withdrawal on HIV and TB services. We are recommending continued engagement on the expansion and ring fencing of the District Health Program conditional grant. This includes increasing the funding of the TB component to ensure that TB services are adequately funded and are ultimately protected. This will allow for improved financial and programmatic accountability, as well as facilitating improved coordination of the response of the HIV/AIDS, TB, and STI, in addition to a public-facing dashboard. And what all of this means is that we are needing all of these accountability mechanisms so that the financial oversight of the expenditure can also be an oversight, so that the programmatic as well as the financial mechanisms actually work in synergy. So improving the effectiveness of the funding and strategic priority that the governance of the grant be included in the National Health Council deliberations. This is through the establishment of the special committee that is co-chaired by the National AIDS Council for strengthening oversight. And so, as our last response is that the continued presence of tuberculosis in the Global South is not due to the lack of a cure or funding. Rather, it stems from a sense of neglect, its injustice, and social factors such as poverty, undernutrition, and the absence of social safety nets. We know that ultimately all of these health interventions feed into the National Development Plan, which places a strategic objective of healthcare for all, and to eliminate poverty and reduce inequality by 2030, and that is through uniting South Africans. And so just as a last quote, is that we know how to live in a world without tuberculosis, but we choose to live in that world. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your presentation, and it is most welcomed, and thank you for the manner with which you have stuck to time. Let me hand over now to the Institute of Race Relations, or the IRR, and then we'll be able to take members' questions post facto. If you intro and then you can go, the 10 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Greetings. Thank you, Chair. Just a point, if you could please wait to start my time until presentation is
Chairperson,
there.
Chairperson, can I ask Gabriel to show the slide on his side, please? I'm having some challenges here.
Not a problem.
That's fine. Has he got hosting rights?
Yes, they've been granted.
Okay. Okay, is that good?
You're good to go. Your 10 minutes has been started afresh. Go.
Thank you. Just a point of correction. Thank you so much for the opportunity. This is IRR Legal, not the Institute of Race Relations. The Institute of Race Relations is a member of IRR Legal, so we're pretty close. And I'm also a fellow of IRR Legal, of the IRR. But we are different legal entities. Okay, so we have submissions, the written versions, all the members, honorable members will already have. The key idea that we want to get across is that the Division of Revenue bill, DORA, should be used to maximize value for money and make the budget allocation process transparent. So the core recommendations are to achieve transparency and maximum value for money. The next item on the agenda is going to be a quick look at some BEE premium impracticalities, to give some sort of on-the-ground context for why we think these recommendations are important. Next, we will talk about the relevance of the maximum value for money transparency recommendations to the Division of Revenue Bill. We'll go through the constitutional requirements that bind this committee, all its honorable members, and me, everyone else in this country. Next, we'll look at amendments, particular provisions. We've listed amendments in our text. We'll touch on these today. And then we'll look at some popular opinion to give the honorable members a sense of what most South Africans want. So the core recommendations, first, amend the bill to make the cost of BEE preference premiums transparent to the public. Second, amend the bill to reduce the cost of BEE preference premiums to R0. Just as a side note, in brackets there, parenthetically, no amendment to the triple PFA or the PPA, sorry, typo there, is needed. Since the preferences in terms of section 217.2 of the Constitution that are provided for by that legislation can still be achieved as tiebreakers. And there's international law precedent for that way of doing things, and it's certainly consistent with our law at this stage of its constitutional interpretation. In case members want to know what's the definition of a BEE preference premium, I'm using the language from Acting Procurement Officer Willie Matabula at Treasury. Preference premiums, he's explained, are capped at 25% for large contracts and 11.1%. Sorry, 25% for small contracts up to 50 million. You can call that small, and 11.1% for larger contracts. And that's literally for the same goods or services, the extra amount that the state is prepared to pay in order to show preference for race or some other category. And if you're familiar with Chapter 4 of the PPA or Section 2 of the triple PFA, you'll know how BEE premiums get calculated. Just a little note on the sort of background context. Government wage bill, you see the green bars are inflation adjusted. Looks at the wage bill, it's climbed, sort of doubled, it's now over R1 trillion. But it's true that it has been somewhat reined in. That should be recognized. As a percentage of total wages, you see that there's been a steep increase. We're not here to say that the wage bill needs to be reduced. I don't think anyone has really said that. It's just a point of the bigger context. You know, we've got a lot of government workers, and we want those workers to bring the best service delivery possible. Now, what is the reality of value for money in public expenditure more broadly, which includes procurement directly from central government, and also once the appropriations are made, once the division of revenue is made to other spheres of government and other organs of state? How does it work out? And this graph really sums it up for us. It's kind of hard to look at. The red line looks at government revenue as a proportion of GDP, based to 0, and you see that it climbs 25% compared to where it was in 1996.
You're wrong. Oh.
Sorry, Chair.
Sihle, can I ask you to mute your device, please?
Thank you. So you have a huge increase in government revenue as a proportion of GDP has increased basically by a quarter. And expenditure has increased alike. In fact, it's slightly higher. We went for revenue as the more conservative number. And then on the green line, you see the decline in government effectiveness. This is according to the worldwide governance indicators published on the World Bank by the World Bank. It's been going since 1996 and measures government effectiveness on a range of indices. It's been based to 100. And so you see, you know, South Africa was one of the higher ranked countries in the world, and it actually, you know, showed some points of improvement in the 90s, 2000s, but it's declined, and its fastest decline is in the last few years. So when you've got less government effectiveness but more expenditure, that means you're getting less for more. That's a reduction in value for money. Fiscal multiplier calculated, you know, published by Saab, serious economists, also by the United Nations University, show the fiscal multiplier has gone down to negative in the late 2000s. It remains around 0 and negative on that other measure. And that basically means if you spend an extra rand, you're actually destroying, the economy is shrinking. So part of the reason that we're in this budget crisis that we're in is because there's such bad value for money that when the government's sort of spending extra money, it's not getting extra goods and services out of it. You know, we've got a bunch of quotes here we encourage members to look at from IMF, from Harvard Growth Lab. In our report, we've got the World Bank, we've got a range of international institutions specifically focusing on preferential procurement and how that makes the system costly and ineffective. You know, what did Minister Enoch Godongwana say? He said, we need to get better value for money out of this large budget. The total consolidated government spending is, you know, 2.8 trillion rand, looking to be 2.4 trillion rand around now. And we're just not getting bang for buck on that. And so we encourage this committee to use the Division of Revenue Bill to achieve that goal of maximizing value for money. We note that Section 214 of the Constitution is the governing provision for this particular bill, which says that the national interest must be taken into account. The Zondo report in Volume 1 squarely weighs up the value for money requirements in public procurement and BEE premiums. And it says, firstly, you've got to choose a priority, because if you don't, as legislators, you leave that to individual procurement officers. And when there's that kind of discretion, that facilitates corruption. So it says choose a priority. And then secondly, it says the priority in the Commission's opinion, that's number 1, should be value for money. And that's in the national interest. So it's in the national interest to maximize value for money. Don't take it from me, take it from the Zondo Commission. 217(1) of the Constitution, even more important, requires maximizing value for money. 214(c) says that this bill must provide for any conditions for its allocations. And so what we're saying is condition allocations explicitly on 2 things. Firstly, the spheres of government and organs of state that are being allocated government money, taxpayer money, need to report on how much BEE premiums they're spending. Secondly, they should reduce it to 0. Now, of course, some members will want to keep spending BEE premiums, fine, but everyone should agree that the BEE premium should be reported. We should, as the public, know. Why? Because that's what the Constitution requires. So we're looking at transparency. The previous one was value for money. Now we pivot to transparency. 214(2)(a) states The national interest must be taken into account for this bill's legislators. Transparency is in the national interest, transparency on BEE premiums. 215.1 states the budgetary process must promote transparency. This is part of the budgetary process. 216.1 of the Constitution says national legislation must ensure both transparency and expenditure control. This is part of national legislation. It should secure transparency and expenditure control. And 214C provides the mechanism, which is conditions for allocations. So again, you can just make a condition of allocations. If you want to continue getting money from the National Revenue Fund, what you have to do is be transparent about how much of that money are you spending extra, again, for like, you know, the same products, how much are you spending extra to satisfy racial preferences under the law? I'll skip over some of the particular amendments that we recommend. We think that the committee, if it's interested in satisfying its constitutional duties, is not going to have a tough time either implementing the amendments as we've recommended them, or coming up with amendments that achieve the same purpose, but through other language. We in no means suggest that our legal abilities are perfectly adequate to the task. We think you guys are the real experts. Why don't you impress us with even better language to do two simple things: maximize value for money and
Gabriel,
be transparent about BE premiums. And I'm just at the second last slide, Chair, if I may.
As you conclude, yeah.
Thank you. So just 2 slides left, and these are about popular opinion, because I'm sure a lot of members will think, you know, if you look at my face, maybe you can make judgments about my background based on my appearance. What do most South Africans think? So we commissioned a poll last year to ask, what do most South Africans think about this exact proposition? And we gave South Africans 3 choices. Reduce BE premiums to 0 and exclude race as a consideration in all public spending. Or reduce BE premiums to 0, but keep race as a preference in favor of Black people as a tiebreaker. Or third option is keep spending extra money for the same goods and services in order to show racial preference. And as you can see in the results, half of all respondents preferred totally getting rid of race, another fifth preferred the tiebreaker option, and only 23% preferred continuing with the current system. And that's for all respondents. If you just look at Black respondents, it's the same kind of breakdown. 2/3 of Black respondents said we want to get rid of BEE premiums. Or half of those said let's get rid of race entirely. Half said let's keep it as a tiebreaker. And only a third said let's keep going with BEE premiums. Thank you very much for your time. We hope that you will allow the Constitution not just to be words on a page and not just be a line in the speech, but rather to be a line in the budget. We want to see the line item BEE premiums. We want to know what it is, even if you like it. And if you agree with our whole position, maybe you'll think about bringing it down so we can spend extra on building schools, on building roads, on saving lives, on making South Africa the rainbow republic that we all aspire for it to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, with that in mind, I'm going to allow 6 minutes to members. If you've got questions to any of the presenters, you can put them forward now, and then I'll allow Treasury to then respond post that, if we can. May I ask if there's any member who'd like to ask any particular question to anybody? May I again appeal to members, if we can just keep to time. We really have gone an hour on. So Honorable Douglas and Honorable Bateman, I don't see any other member. Honorable Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to ask a couple of questions of clarity around the DA presentation. The DA proposes reclaiming funds from provinces with wasteful expenditure and underspending, potentially reclaiming 28 billion rand. Yet the Western Cape, led by the DA provincial government, is notably absent from fiscal efficiency recovery. Despite underspending and infrastructure backlogs reported by the Auditor General, can the DA please clarify why their efficiency measures seem selectively applied at exempting DA-run administrations. And according to the DA's own calculation in the presentations, municipalities' allocations will be scaled based on AG audit results with punitive measures for underperformance. However, several DA-run municipalities, including Cape Town, have recently faced audit concerns over irregularities in procurement and infrastructure spending. Will the DA confirm whether they audit-based reductions in equitable share allocations will also apply equally to their own municipalities, or will they continue to exempt themselves from their own standards of accountability? You know, the DA advocates for pro-market measures and property rights protections as solutions to fiscal challenges. Yet as GNU partners of this current government, the DA has repeatedly supported public bailouts for large private corporations and state-owned enterprises without corresponding job creation or poverty alleviation commitments. Can the DA just clarify how taxpayer-funded corporate bailouts align with their purported commitment to the pro-market principles and fiscal prudence they always talk about? Because this is an anti-poor budget, which they agreed to primarily, except for the fallout that they've had with the ANC that caused their divorce. You know, after advocating for sanctions against Russia in alignment with Western allies, the DA, together with AfriForum and Solidarity, actively participated in campaigns critical of South Africa's neutrality stance, thereby threatening AGOA renewal. Why is the DA now backtracking by courting Russian investment after having compromised critical economic benefits under AGOA? Yesterday, I saw something I'd never seen before. Minister John Steenhuisen talking about going to Russia after they supported for the Ukraine during that conflict. Now they're going to court Russia for their Afrikaner and other farmers who are the main exporters of things. Now they want to go to Russia because they went to close the doors with America. No, Mr. Chair, you know, I'd like to hear from the DA what they think about that. And then in terms of the next presentation, in terms of the TB, my brother had TB, he almost died from it last year. And I think we're severely underspending in that regard. And I think that this is something that we have to pay attention to, and we need a higher appropriations for that. So, Mr. Chair, I think that I'm going to I leave it there because I know there's a lot of other things, but the last person submission emphasizes on eliminating BE premiums under the guise of transparency and value for money. It resurrects colonial era economic arguments that historically sideline indigenous groups, particularly the Khoi and San. How does the presentation reconcile advocating the removal of racial economic redress mechanisms with the historical economic disenfranchisement and dispossession faced by the Khoi and San and African indigenous communities? We weren't even part of BE for the last 30 years, it's only been the elite. So, you know, this thing of the submission fundamentally ignores Section 9.2 of the South African Constitution, which explicitly mandates measures for the advancement of historically disadvantaged groups. By calling for a reduction of the BE premium to zero.
Douglas.
Oh, sorry, I will then leave it there, but he needs to come and explain some of these things, and we need to have opportunity, Mr. Chair, to interrogate these lies and misconceptions that are put in front of our people on the radio.
Honorable Douglas, I think I'm very cautious not to enter into political debate in this instance. We really are dealing specifically with the Division of Revenue Bill, and I think that's where we should confine ourselves. Whilst I hear there are many other arguments and debate, I think we've got to confine ourselves to the bill, and I'd like for the respondents to focus on that. Otherwise, we could enter into a political debate backwards and forwards, and I'm not sure that is going to serve the committee or the work that we've got to do. Honorable Bateman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the three presenters. I'll try and be as quick and brief as I can in light of the time pressures. Question for the DA. I wasn't exactly clear on how the formula would be adjusted, just on the last slide, how that new beta measure feeds into the existing formula. So if you could just spell out what the new proposed formula would be. For the TB, on the TB presentation, thank you for highlighting this. It looks like it is something that needs to be made a health priority because of the seriousness of TB as a disease, as far as I understand, and now being left high and dry. It definitely does call for a response from government, and so I will be listening intently to see how the government does respond, and I think as a committee we need to keep an eye on this one. Would be my suggestion to the committee. And then thirdly, on the IRR presentation, appreciate the emphasis on maximum value for money and on transparency. We're as the DA, we're not in favor of any race-based legislation. Where we think we should be looking at is the sustainable development goals. However, transparency, absolutely maximum value for money, and I think in terms of disclosing what that BEE premium would be, do you have an estimate of what the total cost to the fiscus is at this point, of what that cumulative BEE premium would be for a year, or say in the year ahead, what would be projected to be in the budget? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Mkhonto.
Thanks, Chair. We welcome the 3 presentations. I have 2 questions for the DA.
Honorable Mkhonto, you are on mute now.
Can you hear me now, Chair?
Now we can, yes.
Okay, thanks, Chair. We welcome the 3 presentations. I have 2 questions for both the DA and the IRR. Chair, when we went for public hearings in Polokwane, many participants in that public hearing suggested that we can cut the budget massively if we can opt for a 2-tier government. And they suggested that we do away with provinces. I want to know, how do the DA and the IRR view that? Can that be another alternative of having or to maximize value for money? The government wage bill. Yes, I understand that the IRR says that they are not advising us to opt for that, but there is a general sentiment from the public that the wage bill can be cut by cutting the size of cabinet, specifically the deputy ministers. I want to know, Chair, what is their view on that? Can we go that route? And if we do, how much can government save? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mkhonto. I don't see any other hands on the platform to ask questions. May I then allow the 3 presenters to very briefly, you've got a minute each to respond. I don't think some of the questions, they can be supplemented with written submissions, but they don't really need formal explanations given that the presentations have been tabled. I'll start with the DA.
Thanks very much, Honourable Maimane. And as per your guidance, I will keep myself to the DORA discussion that we're having here. If Honourable Douglas would like to have a more intensive foreign policy discussion, he's welcome to ask me for a coffee and we'll do that. Because that would here. And I think from that perspective, it's exceptionally important that it was independently applied across the board and that our numbers check out. Secondly, if we look at the audit performance of a number of places where the DA governs, they are any other province or municipality across the board. And that's not to say that we are perfect, because there are certainly places for improvement. However, if we reference specifically the City of Cape Town, the City of Cape Town was the only metro municipality which received a clean audit in the most recent AG's report. And therefore, if you were to apply the factor to the City of Cape Town, it wouldn't lose any money because it's performed according to the necessary financial controls and so forth. So therefore, we have applied it independently across the board, and we think that even if there are bad municipalities or provinces for that matter, they should be given the same treatment as other municipalities. There's nothing that lets them have special treatment. So that's the first point. Secondly, I'm not quite sure what Honourable Douglas was on about, where he spoke to bailouts for corporate entities. I think we have seen a number of interventions, most recently in the case of the RDC, where the DA has taken a markedly different view to that of the government and their decision to do so, because we believe that these long baked-in protections for certain industries ultimately render them less competitive, increase the price on consumers at the end of the day, and have a negative economic impact. So I don't believe that that is necessarily the truth. In terms of the actual calculation itself, to answer Honourable Bateman's question, we would simply
Honourable
equitable share formula as is, just add one variable. Yes?
I'm going to ask you to wrap your response, please.
Sure. I'm almost done. In terms of the actual calculation, it's provided in the written report, but we merely add the audit opinion at the end as a stabilizing factor to determine if it increases or decreases, but there's more detailed information in the presentation. And then lastly, in regards to Honourable Mkonto, I think that provinces do play a critical role in many respects. However, we are concerned by their ability to generate own revenue, and this is why we have a consistent call for devolution of power to provinces to ensure that they are able to be more fiscally sustainable and not merely be operational. And that's our position on the provinces matter. Thank you very much.
The presentation from IRR Legal, please, if you can be brief. You are on mute.
Thank you, Chair. My apologies. To dash through, the first question was, how does this line up with attending to people that have been left behind by BEE? One of the members said, BEEs only help the elite. We couldn't agree more. Black unemployment has doubled during the BEE era, from 5.5 million to over 11 million since 2008, which is when the preferential procurement system really kicked in. So we're recommending transparency and value for money because it's in the national interest. National interest is to grow jobs and opportunities. In terms of Section 9.2 of the Constitution on equality, it's precisely the case that we think that transparency and separately value for money are ways of making South Africa's unequal current system, which, as the Honourable Member said, only helps elites, into a more equal system. The details of that lie in the report and the analysis by the international organizations. The second set of questions, one was, what is the estimated cost of BEE premiums? We ran the numbers and found them likely to cost 150 billion rand last year, but you must be very careful of that. Our estimate is that the cost of recorded BEE premiums, and the members, if I'm sure, know how to calculate BEE premiums. You only need two numbers, the total value of a contract and the price points, but we can help out if members want to draft. We think that recorded price is probably around 10 billion. The extra comes from the corruption facilitated by the confusing system. We estimate 150 billion. IMF estimates around 230 billion. So that's a vast amount of money that could go be spent in better ways. And to solve that problem, you just need to make it transparent. So we'll be interested to see if members promote transparency, even if they want to keep the premiums. The third question is, do away with the provinces. Someone asked what's our opinion on that. The Constitution limits the ability of this committee to make such moves. There are spheres of government that each have their own competencies, so we don't think that's really going to work. And in terms of the wage bill,
I think the question, sorry, a question about provinces. Again, I think it was a conversation that was directed more at the DA, and I agree with you that it isn't necessary that I want to implore you to not, let's not get into the political discussions and debate about all of that. The question was to the DA, and the DA has responded to that. If we can finish the IRR Legal's presentation in response to the Division of Revenue bill.
Thank you, Chair. I think the record will show that we were also specifically called out in that question, which is why I responded. Although in substance, we seem to agree. On the wage bill, we were specifically called out to have the question asked, do we think it's better to cut the wage bill by looking at deputy ministers and other role players at the top. I don't think so. My personal view, as I expressed at the top when looking at the wage bill, I don't think that we should be trying to cut the government wage bill. I think it's already been somewhat reined in. We don't want to grow it more than inflation, but that's not where we should be looking for cuts. Where we implore you to look for cuts, opportunities, is in the private sector, which has been milking BEE premiums. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think in the other presentation, is there any response in that regard? There seems to be none on the platform. I'm going to ask National Treasury to do two things. One, you can respond as has been practiced for 10 minutes, and then any other written response you can submit from that. If I can ask the National Treasury, let me hand over to you. I'm not sure who from National Treasury is presenting. Thank you.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Ohala Litseng Kharekwe. I'll be doing the presentation. I'll request that Gabriel to take out your presentation, and Matapelo from National Treasury, you share. I'll try to stick to the 10 minutes, Chair. So maybe I could start. There's been questions around the equitable share, particularly the multiple phasing in by the FFC. So normally we do the phasing in because in terms of the equitable share, we update the equitable share formula every year. So if you could go to slide 4, Matapelo. Oh. Slide 4, please. Okay, so we normally update equitable share every year with the latest data. So obviously where there are changes, we tend to smooth out the impact on the provinces that might be losing money, or to the so that service delivery continues. And I think it was one of the points that was made by Section 27 at the beginning about also the provinces that are having migration issues, but the slides are not moving. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks, Chair. So we tend to smooth out the impact, particularly to those provinces that are losing fund. But we do agree with FFC that the multiple phasing, we need to look into that, and that's what we intend to do as we review the formula. And also, in their case, they raised the issue of the additional allocations made outside the equitable share, and I think that one would say we're transparent in the sense that was included that in Annexure W1. And we estimating that we're indicating that that amounts to 3.2 billion, and also is something we're going to look into in terms of moving forward. We also agree with the PBO in terms of the updating of population data, given that even though there might be small shifts in the equitable share as we update every year, but it might have large impact. And I'll make an example in this case with Free State. I mean, if you look at the current equitable share, they have the lowest growth rate. But if you look at the impact, for example, is big in the sense that because they had the lowest growth rate, apart from the two other provinces that are having they were losing people, Gauteng and Northwest. Yet, if you look at Free State, equitable share over this current MTF is reducing. So therefore, a small shift has large impact on the equitable share. On the issue of expediting the implementation of the revised education component, I think also Section 27 or equal education, they spoke about this one. We agree with them. The only reason that we could not update the formula with this, because this component is going to benefit learners from poorer backgrounds, is because we at the time we do not have the latest income and expenditure survey information. As we know, it has since been published end of January. We are going to update that in the next MTF period. Next slide. So the next one is about balancing interest from across various provinces. So we're saying that the formula currently responds to those even economic disparities across provinces. As you know, that even formula in terms of the health component provides for uninsured individuals so that they can get health care. And also in terms of, you look at the small province versus the big one, the institutional component is assisting the smaller ones that they get the same amount that a big province are getting, because the fact of the matter is that they have the same functions as provincial governments. And obviously the poverty component also look at those people with lowest income. We agree with equal education, the fact that we need to protect funding for libraries when we phase in the community library service into the equitable share. We support that recommendation. The next one is about provisional allocations. I think has been spoken about that we need to ensure conditions are adhered to. So, and we're indicating that these funds will go through equitable share and also a conditional grant. And obviously, in terms of the conditional grant, ECD conditional grant, there are conditions to be met there. But in terms of the provincial equitable share, we know that equitable share generally are unconditional funding to provinces. But what we have obviously indicated is that we have recommended that those funding goes to education and health in particular, and to address the issue that has been raised by Katleho on the issue of the teacher post as well, because it's a big issue, as well as in health, of course, there's even a specific amount for doctors. I think also, I've covered this next one, that this funding for education will protect those teacher posts. And obviously, we're still trying to ensure that the people in the system are adequately budgeted for before we deal with this issue of class size that equal education spoke about in terms of having 70 learners in a class. And I must indicate that previously was provided funding for that, but because of the pressures in the system, the money was absorbed by the pressures in the system. But we must indicate that there are national norms and standards in conditional such as for learner teacher support material, which needs to be adhered to, so that for example, the textbook issues not being shared as it was indicated, and that the department should also have retrieval systems so that as the learners leave, then we're able to get those. So the issue around the provision for traditional leaders not made in the bill, just to say that traditional leaders are funded through the equitable share. There's under the provincial departments of cooperative governance. And members and the chair will recall, and everyone on the call will recall that the minister in his budget speech did indicate that infrastructure provision for royal house is one of the remaining challenges that require work during the coming year, and which might require funding later in the year. I'm just quoting the speech. But just to say that, the Department of Traditional Affairs has been closely working with the National Treasury to look at, they've drafted a handbook, tools of trade handbook. So obviously we're working with provinces to ensure that it's adequately costed, because the issue was really about costing of that. The issue of grants, so we are implementing currently the recommendations of that grants review that we have done. And I think at the moment, members have spoken about how the money from the school backlogs grant is being matched to the education infrastructure grant. It's one of those reforms that are coming through, so that we don't find duplication in the system, especially we've seen that, for example, in Eastern Cape, where the province and the national departments, they're not having a good communication, that they tend to target the same space, who are trying to ensure that there's efficiency and value for money in the system. There's a request for conditional grants for school transport. Obviously, currently, so this is funded through the equitable share, and across 2 departments in provinces. So in some provinces, it's done by the Department of Education. In some, is done by Department of Transport. But obviously, I think this matter will take it to education to have a discussion with it, because we do agree that there needs to be improvement in the efficiency of the program, and that also oversight needs to be strengthened on the scholar transport. The issue of ECD, I think, has been well spoken about, and I think the issue of 24 rent, that's what the minister spoke about, that's what we intend to have in terms of increasing the subsidy. And obviously, we've taken note of the issues that have been raised, even in terms of the linkage between the registration drive and the infrastructure component, to say, as we are saying, that the money, that the 10 billion that is set aside for ECD will also increase the subsidy per learner per day. But what about the infrastructure for those 700,000 kids that we are saying they need to come into the system? So we take note of that, and they needs to be done. So on the incentive components, infrastructure, transparency, so we work with 2 departments, DBE and Department of Health, on this conditional grants, to ensure that when we distribute the incentive, it's a fair process to all provinces. So I think I might have to. So we agree with some of the recommendations about the strict oversight mechanism for the infrastructure grants for education and health. And I must say that from our side, we do that as well, in terms of the monthly reports we get, the quarterly publication we made in terms of Section 32 of the PFMA, and also the site visit we do. So on other matters, I think I'll skip others, Chair, because I see my 10 minutes is up. We do agree that we need to increase monitoring on infrastructure delivery, as well as I've already indicated. So on the issue of the National School Nutrition Program, let me just make this point in the slide, is that that obviously most of the products that are in this program are mostly vegetables, milk, and others that are exempted from VAT. However, I think in terms of the pressure that might arise because of the VAT increase, we'll have to assess the spending trends in the current year, and also if the pressures arise, so those will be submitted through for adjustment budget process, in the adjustment process. On the issue of the US aid, how are we mitigating that? So just to say that the National Department of Health is busy with the determination of the cost implications. And I think, as the Minister has said, in some forums has indicated that there were also inefficiencies in this regard. So once these cost implications have been identified, then this will go through the budget process in terms of how in-year adjustments are made in this regard.
I think if you can, and what I will request that you do is this particular presentation, along with the members who are sitting, who made submissions to questions, to all the people who made submissions, we can circulate the appropriate details to them. This will become part of public record. So I don't know if you've got, if I can indulge, give you 1 minute, if you've got any additional points. Otherwise, I think we need to wrap it here. Otherwise, the audience is also in a different space.
Okay, Chair, maybe just to make one comment around the local government funding, because it's also been spoken about that currently SALGA is the Department of Corporate Governance with SALGA. There's a review of the equitable share, the white paper, sorry, at the moment, and National Treasury is also part of that. And also in terms of the local government fiscal framework, we'll also be reviewing that, and it will be a collaboration work with relevant stakeholders such as SALGA and Department of Cooperative Governance, and also obviously the intergovernmental forums will be consulted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much to National Treasury. If it's agreeable to you, may I ask that that presentation be sent to the Secretariat, and then it will form part of our public record and submission in response to some of the issues that have been made. Honorable members and all the presenters of today, let me just say thank you very much for your time. But before I close, Honorable Bateman, given that the responses by National Treasury were directed at some of the inputs that were there, I'm not sure we are asking them direct question, because National Treasury will come to committee and respond to the committee. This was for the purpose of the public hearing. So let me hear your question in that light.
Oh, no, that's very helpful. Thank you, Chair. If we'll have opportunity to engage further with the National Treasury, and also we'll be able to review what they've written, so that will be helpful. Thank you.
No, naturally, the draft, I've been looking at the draft program for the second term, and one of the things, part of that is for National Treasury to come. They are our, if you like, department that we work mostly with throughout the year. So they will be coming before the report is finalized or voted on in Parliament. So you can keep that in place. Given that, honorable members, I don't think there are any other questions. Let me thank everybody. We have gone over by an hour and a half. Honorable members, you can submit your overtime claims to the department. I'm sure there's a department of overtime. I've heard about it, but you can make the submission.
We wish, we really wish.
Or we'll make a special appropriation for overtime. But let me thank everybody for your respective time and presentation. I wanted to address, I did write to the honorable author who wanted to make submission. I put in the group to say you can email that submission in the normal order of the day, Mr. David. I have sent you the email address. You can submit those, and this is not the committee for that particular work, but once we've got your email, we will then respond accordingly. I've dealt with all the business of the day. In the light of that, I want to thank you everybody for your time, and I want to close this particular meeting. Thank you very much. The meeting is duly closed.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, and to all the presenters and everyone. Appreciate it. And my colleagues. Bye-bye.